Yay!
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah. I'm working on it. It's Monday. Takes a minute. Got to warm up. Got to stretch, right? Got to get ready for this. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, children of all ages, welcome in. The Monday morning edition of the Rob Brown Radio program starts right now. Good morning, upstate South Carolina. Hello, America. What's up, world? Great to be with you. Happy Monday morning, my dudes, my dudettes, my amigos, my amiguettes. Spectacular, as always, to be with you here on the radio. One more time again, my name is Rob Brown, the host of this here radio show. But I am not alone, because out on the other side of the glass, the guy in charge of this radio program and every radio program you have ever loved, he is the great one, the Sultan of Swag, the Professor of Perfection, the Wizard of Wave. He's the great one, Lonzo. What up, Zo?
Happy holiday week. It's draft week. Why are you looking like that? It's NFL draft week. All right, so maybe it's not a holiday for you. Are we off this week at some point?
That's exactly what I was going with.
Well,
I was like, wait a minute. 3-day weekend?
No.
When? Where? I accept. I endorse wholeheartedly.
It's definitely a holiday week for me. I'm excited.
It is.
I'm not excited for the quarterbacks, but I'm excited for everybody else.
You know, you've been in that spot for a minute. You are not on board with this year's draft class OQBs.
It's all right. Some excellent receivers and
phenomenal receivers.
Yeah,
really shockingly good class of running backs that nobody's talking about. I think going to be a lot of workhorses at running back in this draft. But we'll talk about that because there's been this ongoing conversation about whether or not running backs have lost their value in the National Football League. And I do think that as far as the draft goes, you've kind of gotten to a point that unless a guy is like clear standout good, Bijan Robinson, for instance, to the ATL, unless a guy is like clear standout good, there's not really a lot of running backs you can justify a first-round draft pick on anymore. Jonathan Brooks is the best running back in this class, depending on who you ask, obviously. But he's the best running back in this class, and I've seen him ranked as low as like the 56th, 55th best player on the board.
I'm not trying to cause a fight here, but
that's okay. It's Monday. It's what we do.
Just had a thought. Do you think that the transfer portal causes less excitement for some players because they're moving around and they don't get an entire fan base behind them and get all the hype that comes with that, to where, you know, the media jumps on it too because the crowd is so hyped about this individual, and that makes you more excited for the draft because you've heard a bunch about them. Instead, now you're hearing played for this team.
You know what? I actually think that's a very valid question. Also, look at Tyler Hero. Is Tyler Hero just like
nerd? You don't think that's nerdy?
Yeah, he's like Diesel. He's like secret nerd. He's like, look how cool I am.
We're not supposed to talk about that on the air.
Who are you trying to convince, you or me?
I don't know. That was pretty blatant. That just, I mean, you know, he looked like someone said, "Here, put this on."
He looks like somebody that once said, "Go Ninja, go Ninja, go."
Or he looks like he's Beavis or Butthead and trying to hide his identity after, the spectacle that was last week.
So I think that's a very valid question that you asked. And I would answer it by having a conversation that we've had on this show before, but I've had this conversation more in my day-to-day real life than I have on the radio. Yes and no. I think for those people that are college football first football fans, I think the answer is yes. This has been the big complaint of, say, hypothetically, one specific radio show host in Detroit, Michigan. That roster building and the ability for fans to connect with their guy doesn't exist anymore. And I would argue, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Maybe there's a couple of superstars, but like most guys are on your team and they're staying there. But I would respond, great one, by saying that mentality, by and large, not exclusively, but by and large, does not exist in the head of the average NFL fan. I think the majority of NFL fans don't really care about your college affiliation. They only care that you are busting it while you're wearing their colors at the league. If I am a big Panther fan who is also a big Gamecock fan, and Xavier Legette gets drafted to Carolina, I'm pulling for that guy.
So do you not think, like, in the back of your mind a little bit, you're like, okay, this guy jumped to 4 different college teams. How long is he staying with my pro team?
No, because I think the NFL has been used to that since free agency started back in 1975? It was after that, but you get the point.
Yeah, I think it was more like 90s. But
yeah,
okay.
It was
could
like
be
90,
early,
90
late
91,
80s.
something like
Yeah.
that. But NFL fans have accepted this is their reality for 35 years now. Yeah, players are going to come and they're going to go. Players are going to go where they can get paid or win, whichever is their priority. You're not going to have the same guys on your roster year after year after year. If you're lucky, you'll have a guy that's there for a long time, like 20 touchdowns.
It was 93, by the way.
93. There you go. So 30 numbers, 30 whatever years, 31 years. God, that was easy. What is wrong with me? 31 years you've had the reality of free agency when it comes to the NFL. And you are an NFL fan, you know that if my guy who's on a rookie contract balls the hell out like I want him to, one of two things happens. He either gets a fat check from my team or he gets a fat check from somebody else's team. I think that, and this is an interesting football psychology question for the fans. I think that NFL fans have been that way for a long time, which is why the majority of us, we develop a dedication to our team and our franchise and what it represents, not to players themselves. Because even 20 touchdowns ended up playing for another team. That guy was the model Patriot for 2 decades. But he ended up going somewhere else to play ball, of course. So to me, the NFL mentality is, I don't really care where you played your college ball. I only care that you ball out for as long as you are a Panther, Falcon, Saint, Buccaneer, Chief, Steeler, whatever. That's all I care about. If I'm a Clemson fan and Xavier Legette ends up a Cat, and I'm a Cat fan, I'm pulling for that guy. I'm rooting for him to ball. Just like if I'm a Clemson fan, I may have like some sentimental whatever for Trevor Lawrence. But if Carolina meets Jacksonville in a Super Bowl, screw that guy. Forget that guy. I hope we smoke him. I hope we beat him by a milli.
Wow, you're going with the Rashad mentality. All right.
In this case, yes, certified hater motivation. I got to pull that clip, man. I need that as a bite. Rashad's got to be a bite. It is. If you're an NFL fan Your fandom of your NFL team comes ahead of your college loyalty when it comes to players in the show. If you're a Knoll and a Gators on your team, you pull for that guy. If you're a Knoll and a Gator is quarterbacking, okay, not the right position. If you're a Knoll and a Gator is a starting wide receiver for your, or if you're a Gator and a Gator wide receiver is your starting wide receiver for your rival, screw that guy. I hope we beat him 50 out of 50 times. And I think that's fair. I think that's always been the NFL mentality. So I would say the question you asked is a valid one, great one, but I still think that applies more to college fans than it does NFL fans. I think the average NFL fan doesn't really give a crap about your college football affiliation once you're on my team or the team that I'm playing this weekend. I think it kind of goes out the window at that point. I've had plenty of college rivals that go on to play for my team that, hell yeah, that's my guy. And I've had plenty of guys from my squad that end up playing for the bad guys that I'm like, yeah, I love that guy. Hope we beat him by 50. I think it's more of a college mentality now than it's ever been before. Hey, speaking of college, somebody get a big, tall, white hat because Lamont Paris is freaking cooking right now. What a big get for him as he ends up with a 7-footer. You know what they say about being 7 feet tall, Lonzo?
You can't teach that.
You
Rob.
can't teach that. A big transfer for Lamont Paris. We're going to talk about that later on in the broadcast. Zoe, did you see the tweet that I sent you last night? Did you see what I sent you on the Twitter last night? The Rob Brown Show bump remains real, my dude.
I saw you with a picture of someone.
That would have been NASCAR driver Tyler Reddick.
NASCAR
driver Tyler Reddick, who yesterday...
I ain't figured out how to work this X thing. So you see the thing and then you try to go back and find the original thing, and I can't. I tried.
You got all them daggum buttons. You got click.
I got that special phone with the really big buttons for old people.
Lonzo's rocking a jitterbug. Lonzo's on the jitter. Got 3 buttons.
I still need help.
Tyler Reddick, driver for 24/11 Sports, that's Mike's team, got the win of the Geico 500 at Talladega.
Oh, I remember now. I did see all the other things.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Tyler Reddick, who of course spent some time during the Greenville Swamp Rabbits NASCAR night, hanging out, talking with me in the background, received the Rob Brown Show bump, and Tyler Reddick got his dub at the Dega yesterday for 24/11. Michael MJ got to see his first race dub as an owner in person in Alabama yesterday. The Rob Brown Show bump remains very, very real. Very, very real. So we'll talk some NASCAR. Hey, speaking of the Greenville Swamp, is there a great one? Anything more frustrating than watching your team play a hell of a game, watching your team take a game down to the dying gasp, overtime, and then watching the bad guys score the game winner, like in the most boring way possible? Not like electric, not like they did something spectacular where you go, hey, hats off to those guys. What a hell of a win. Just like something.
Well, was there an empty net or something, or an own goal?
There was not. Yesterday evening at the Well, the Greenville Swamp Rabbits were in the first round of the ECHL Kelly Cup playoffs against the Orlando Solar Bears. They played 3 20-minute periods of hockey to a 0-0 scoreline. They played 15 minutes of overtime hockey, and Orlando scored the most boring, routine, you got lucky back post goal that I have ever seen to take the double away and win game one on the road in Greenville. It was the most deflating thing ever, not because they lost, but because the boys played 55 live in-game minutes of spectacular hockey and blinked first and took an L in game one. That sucks, dude. That's the worst. I think that might be the worst feeling in sports. 55 minutes of perfect hockey and you blinked first. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, but that lets you know that you can beat that team.
Yeah, you're the 1 seed, they're the 4 seed, right? Like that makes you feel good if you're the 4 seed. Like, I'll give you the example on the flip side. New Orleans lost last night too, but they took the 1 seed Oklahoma City Thunder to the last second of the basketball game. That one ends and you go, that's a beatable team. That's a beatable team. Yeah, we lost game one. We lost game on the road. That's a beatable team. If we can steal game two and take this thing back to New Orleans, theoretically, we could bring this thing back to OKC up 3-1, or worst case, tie 2-2. If we can steal game two, that's a beatable team. This is the opposite. This is a 1 seed. This is a 1 seed drop into a 4 seed. And listen, this is not a disparaging run at the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. They won the South Division. They're playing great hockey. Last night was 2 absolutely fantastic hockey teams that were throwing haymakers for 60 minutes. I'm sorry, I said 55 minutes. That is a lie. They played 60 minutes of regular hockey plus another 15 OT. 75 live minutes of hockey and dropped one. It's going to happen. It's the playoffs. It's playoff hockey.
I'm curious though. You were talking about the Pelicans. You said they wouldn't be there. You said they were going to lose that game Friday night. That's what you said. I don't know if you recall that, but you said that they weren't going to be there, and I said they would be, and
really hoping you weren't going to remember.
I mean, that's when I didn't watch it, but I kept trying to remind myself to check, and then I was looking at the schedule for Sunday, and look, there's the Pelicans on the schedule. That meant they won.
I believed in you the whole time, Birds. Believed the whole time. Never a drop of faith minimized. Never a doubt.
So sometimes when you beat a team 5 times, you can beat them a 6th time, apparently.
Never a doubt. Are you kidding me? It was just a little reverse psychology, Lonzo. I was trying to inspire and motivate the Birds to a playoff berth, and I did it. You're welcome, New Orleans.
Way to go, you.
Little reverse psychology from your boy, Rob Brown. I never a doubt for me. For the record, we should have had him last night. We had him last night, dude. We had him last night. We're going to talk NBA ball because can we be real? What a boring set of game ones. There was one good game out of the entire opening frame in game ones. We're going to talk about all that more. I'm Rob Brown, the great Lonzo on the ones and twos. We are booked up today. John Blau talking Clemson sports at 8:40. Lonzo, you done got me all messed up.
There you go.
We coming back with the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Ow! Golly. Just imploded there. I want you all, ladies and gentlemen, to witness as water with sugar-free sweetener. It's not even a sweetener.
Are we supposed to what do you think people would think it was?
It was less what you think it is and more, it's not a barrel of Monster. I want you all to witness.
All right.
I'm growing as a person here.
Well, no, you're trying to do the opposite of that.
Ah, that's very good. That's very good.
I didn't see the match, Trey, but I did see the winner. And I picked him to win, so pretty excited about that.
Let me show you the hat. Look at the hat they went with.
Cool.
Isn't that a good hat?
Mm-hmm.
The Bitch dropped some new merch for the playoffs. It's good. Did you follow the QR code on SmackDown?
Not this one, no.
That's what it led to.
I'm trying to figure out what
I don't know.
Is that someone bent over, or
It's
is that
like,
a face?
It's like, it looks like someone wearing like a hoodie with like just this out, but then they black filtered it so you can't see the face. And then there was also a little staticky video. I'll see if I can find it and send it to you.
I've seen all the other ones.
Oh, sorry, Trey. The answer is Swerve's house. Swerve Strickland is a star, man.
Joe's probably hurt because he gets hurt.
I don't know. I feel like Joe's just earned the spot of like final boss for next champ. Also, did you see Swerve come out yet? Have you seen his intro? Oh, it's cool. Game ones around the league, with the exception of New Orleans, Oklahoma City. Is there any other game one that was good at all? I don't think there was. It was pretty much domination top to bottom.
Lakers, that game was good for a while.
Yeah.
And then near the end, not so much.
It's just what Denver does. They just bore you until they win. And everybody else, like Boston, top seed, blows out Miami. Miami doesn't have Jimmy Butler, though. So they showed last night the list of injuries in the NBA. It's extensive, man, of studs. Giannis, Zion, Jimmy Buckets. Like how much this playoff, this bracket top to bottom has been heavily impacted by injury. Pelicans win last night if Zion's healthy. That's not a question. That's a statement of fact. They win last night because they had nobody to contend in the middle. Jonas Valanciunas is cooked. He's done. And yeah, he just ain't the guy. Higher seed Boston wins. The Clippers blow out Dallas. The Bucks never even let the Pacers get going. The Pacers were supposed to make that interesting. And even without Giannis, Dame Lillard had 35 in the first half. There's all these rumors going around that Dame Lillard's unhappy in Milwaukee. He's unhappy as a player. He's unhappy with his personal life. He's unhappy about this. He's unhappy about that. I'll tell you what, if he's trying to earn a fat contract to get the hell out of Milwaukee, last night helped him out a lot. Milwaukee smokes Indiana, pardon me. Cleveland beats the hell out of Orlando. Minnesota beats the hell out of Phoenix. The Knicks beat the hell out of Philly. In fairness, Joel Embiid left that game Joel Embiid's not healthy. Joel Embiid, who is the reason that I picked Philly out of the East. I want to go ahead and say I unpick Philly out of the East. I'm retracting that selection because Joel Embiid ain't right. And if Joel Embiid ain't right, they can't do it. Like, I think New Orleans can beat Oklahoma City without Zion. They'll have to play perfect basketball, but they showed last night it can be done. That's game one in front of an electric crowd. That being said, New Orleans is going to lose that series, and they're going to look back at game one, and go, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Win that game, they win the series. Now they got to fight for their lives. But without Joel Embiid, Philly cannot beat the Knicks. The way you beat the Knicks is by taking advantage of the fact that Julius Randle's out. You can't do it without Embiid. Denver, I don't want to say beat the hell out of the Lakers, great one, but like, despite the fact that that game was back and forth, was there ever a point that you went, yeah, the Lakers are the better team here?
No, but the Lakers were up by quite a bit at one point and did what they always do, show how old they are.
Oh, they looked old.
A decade ago,
yeah,
they would have handled it.
Yeah, they did look old. You ain't wrong. But this ain't a decade ago. This is Braun and the boys now. And I'm sorry. It's not it, man. They just don't have it, unfortunately. I think that, as we have pointed out, Denver's the most, and this is not bad to me. I don't know if it's bad to you. I don't know if it's bad for TV ratings. I also don't care. Denver's the most boring championship team of all time, and it might work. It might work. It might be good enough again. But they just, you know what it felt like to me? Great one. It felt like a classic rope-a-dope. Right? You remember all that Muhammad Ali where he would let a guy get him in the corner, get him against the ropes, and he just, this is what it looked like, just bob and weave, bob and weave, bob and weave. And he would let you throw punch after punch after punch, and you think, I got this guy. He's on the ropes. Punch, punch, punch. And he's just ducking, diving, dipping, dodging, ducking, diving. And then the next thing you know, Muhammad Ali hits you with the shove off the ropes, and he's coming out, and you're going, uh-oh, he's gassed. Not Muhammad Ali is gassed. That's kind of how I feel about the Nuggets right now. I feel like they just let LA wear themselves out. They went, yo, LeBron James is 39 years old, and he's closer to 40 than 39. Like, let's just let this guy wear himself out. Let's just let this guy go too far trying to be the man, and then we'll lay off. And once we see hands on hips, once we see hands on knees, we get after him.
Yeah, they just slowly wore them down.
Yeah.
It started out, okay, now they're ahead 2, now they're ahead 5. Oh no, now they're ahead by a bunch. They ain't coming back from that.
It's just rope-a-dope you until you're out of gas. And for the record, that works for them. That works for them.
It also works against LA.
100%. Because if you're LA, like, if Muhammad Ali rope-a-dopes you, what do? You can't just take a step back and be like, I'm not doing this. You can't just take a step back and go, you know what? You be the aggressor. You've got to be the aggressor. And I feel like in this series, it's just a matter of, if you're the Lakers, you're just hoping for a knockout blow. You're just hoping that you have one flurry that's good enough to grab you a 1-point win. Now, I will say this. This was really interesting to me. I looked up during the show on Saturday, during Bet for the Cycle on Saturday, we were looking at series odds up and down the NBA before the series started. The Nuggets to win the series in 4, to sweep the series, were like plus 350, I think. It was a longer bet, great one, that the series would go to 5 games. That's one LA win. It was like plus 425. It was like plus 350 that Denver sweeps. It was like plus 425 to go to game 5, to end in 5. So the Lakers to get a victory. And I was like, yo, I'll throw a dime at that. I'll throw a couple at that. I'll put some change on that. All I need them to do is win one game. And after this game, Lakers up 33-25 at the quarter. And then they gave it back in the second and then in the third. And to me, in the playoffs, the third quarter is what wins and loses you games. Third quarter. 32-18 was the third quarter, Denver over LA. By the end of that quarter, I texted Cody Decker because we both said, listen, we're betting on Denver to win the series, which was like minus 350 or something. Like it wasn't even close. Betting Denver to win the series, but taking a flyer on plus 425 for LA to win one game. After that game, great one, I think I might have thrown my money away. I think this is a sweep. Did Denver even look like they were tired to you at the end of the game?
I still think they got at least one game in them because they saw that they could hang with Denver, and they did for a long time. They would just learn how to space out their tiredness. I mean, you get a pretty good gap of rest between games, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe they win one at home, you know?
And I still got to think, listen, when they get, even if they're down 2-0, Crypto.com Arena, a.k.a. the Staples Center, is going to be lit with a capital I in game 2. It's going to be intense. But here's the thing. If you didn't watch that game, go back and watch that game. Because it didn't even look like the Nuggets were tired. It legit looked like they were just kind of hanging out. All right, there's a lot of storylines that developed from the game ones across the NBA. Hey, Kyrie, we were giving him credit all last week about how Kyrie has looked like a better player. And then he snaps in game 1. We're going to talk about that. We'll talk about Boston. Are they really that heavy favorites, or is this just because Jimmy Buckets is out? We're going to talk about that. And as Lonzo pointed out, draft week, baby. We're talking all about it on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
I get to babysit this afternoon. I am both looking forward to it and not looking forward to it.
Why they're not looking forward to it?
Because then I'm not going to be able to nap.
That's a very good reason.
And I don't want to be
That's
cranky.
a very good reason.
And there's a good shot that I might be cranky. I did go get slingshot airplanes.
Like,
yeah, and they're about this big.
Yep.
I probably will lose all 3 of them like within the first couple of minutes, but I think she'll think that's cool.
I think it's cool.
And a bubble maker that's supposedly one of those that will do a 10-foot bubble.
Somebody said yesterday, I was having this conversation with a fiance and a couple other people, because a buddy of mine and I, there's like 3 or 4 of us, we've gotten back big into playing Grand Theft Auto online together. Like, we all jump into a lobby together and just cause some chaos and have some fun. And all our fiancés / wives / girlfriends have made commentary that, like, into the night, you guys just sit there and laugh like idiots. And I was like, does it bother you that we can just have fun? So no, it bothers that you just don't grow up. And I'm like, we don't grow up. The toys just get more expensive.
I don't understand the growing up thing. So if something brings you joy,
I just think that
apparently that's not adult.
There is nothing that bothers some people more than other people having fun, right? Not my fiance. She will sit on the couch and just watch me play GTA. It's
I would
great.
have asked, so what do we need to do and have this much fun that would be adult?
Go put up a fence. I don't know. Well, I've got a guy the other day. We were playing, and at 9:00, couldn't hear what she said, but we heard his girlfriend, not wife, girlfriend, saying something in the background. And then he goes, "All right, guys, I gotta go." And I was like, "You're in trouble." He goes, "No, she says she's ready to go to bed, so I gotta go to bed." And we were all like, "Oh, you're gonna regret telling us that. You're gonna regret letting that information go."
Doesn't mean he was going to sleep.
No, he was. We were like, "Oh, bow chicka bow wow." He's like, "No, it's just bedtime." I was like, "Oh, you're a 29-year-old man with a bedtime. That's awesome."
Well, if he laughs as loud as you're saying, it's probably hard to sleep through that if you're another person. If the DBs are anywhere close to your DBs, it's going to be hard, especially if they are in a smaller apartment or something. They could be living in a studio. You don't know. I mean, you might know. Always wanted to live in a studio apartment. They're always too expensive.
I know that it is very early in the series. Great one. But outside of Oklahoma City, New Orleans, is there a series you think is going beyond 5 games?
I wish I could come up with an answer that's not boring, but no. I mean, if you got to believe that probably this was an indication about how all these series are going to go.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I'm sure it doesn't make the NBA or the TV people very happy.
No, not at all. They're going to be super bummed because this is an ugly series.
Yeah,
man.
game twos are going to be pivotal as far as people continuing to watch, because I think some people, if the same thing happens in game 2 for all these games, then I think a lot of people are going to tune out till the next round.
It'd be hard to blame them for it.
No.
It'd be hard to blame. I don't think Miami can win without Jimmy Butler. I do. If you got to make me pick a game, or a series that goes beyond 5, it's probably Dallas, LA.
I don't know. That was bad. I mean, that was really. Oh, you said Dallas, LA.
Yeah.
No, not
Dallas Clippers.
Dallas Clippers.
Yeah.
That was not.
Which was also not good.
No, it was
the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
Let's get the big bold headline out of the way. The Dallas Mavericks, great one, in the second quarter scored 8 points.
Yeah, that was
in a quarter.
I think that was the biggest surprise of the weekend, how bad they were.
Here's your point totals for the Mavs. And if you haven't seen the clip yet of Mark Cuban, I'm pretty sure his hair turned gray during that game. Have you seen it yet? Have you seen the clip of Cuban shaking his head?
I have not.
So they show Mark Cuban on the sideline, and he's like shaking his head. And, Cuban, as long as we've known him, I don't know if it's natural or just for men or the fact that he's a billionaire and that makes life much easier. But he's got these evil X-Men villain gray sideburns growing in, right? Like the top's still black, but he's got these silver sideburns that are growing down. He's slowly morphing into like an Inspector Gadget bad guy. So here's your point totals for the Mavs. Luka Doncic, 33. Kyrie Irving, 31. PJ Washington, 11. Not another player in double digits. Now, part of that has to do with the fact that the Mavs had 10 bench players. They played 15 guys in this game. Now, ordinarily, there are some teams that I'm good with them having like a 9-10 man rotation. I'm usually pretty good with that. And obviously you've got to take into consideration injuries and small issues or whatever, foul trouble for guys. This team
so
had
some of those teams bring in
guys.
Some of those teams bring in they had technically have a second team. When the Stars go out, they bring in a second team.
Sorry, I lied to you. They had 9 bench players, so
Okay,
14 guys.
all right, but it seemed like that many.
Yeah, it might as well have been 10. The only guy that did not play in this game was Markieff Morris, and that dude's like 35 years old.
Yeah, he's pretty old.
11 from PJ Washington. He's the only not Kyrie or not Lucas starter who had double digits, and he barely got there. Barely got there. This team shot 39%, 30% from the arc, and 75% from the stripe. On the flip side, the Clippers shot 46% from the floor, 50% from the arc, and 84.6% from the stripe. I can't see Dallas being that bad again. I just can't. I don't care how well James Harden played. And James Harden, by the way, played well. Talk about a guy we gave a lot of credit to. James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and they both went in opposite directions this weekend. James Harden has shut the hell up and balled. 28 points, 8 of 17 from the floor, 6 of 11 from deep, hit all 6 from the stripe. And also, by the way, had a couple of assists, or had 8 assists down the stretch as well, plus 2 blocks. James Harden played well. And then there's Kyrie on the other side. Now, don't get me wrong. If an NBA team puts up 8 points in a quarter, I'm frustrated too. Okay? I picked the Mavericks in this series. I feel like if a team goes out and puts up 8 points, I reserve the right to unpick them. Everybody that picked Dallas gets a free pass on this one. Everybody. But when an NBA team puts up 8 points in a quarter, that's terrible. And then you got Kyrie. Now, I am not the dude that tells NBA players, that tells any athletes, this is how you should act on the bench. This is how you should behave. This is how you should compose and handle yourselves. Because that's up to the player. That's up to the player to understand what gets them in the best headspace, that lets them contribute to the team, that lets them motivate their guys, whatever. And I'd like to think that if you're a team that ended up as a 5 seed in the NBA playoffs, that you would understand, that you would figure it out. And I felt like maybe Kyrie did. I felt like maybe Kyrie had gotten to that spot because we hadn't heard his name outside of Kyrie scored X double-digit points in a while. We haven't heard his name in a hot minute. There's been no flat earth comments. There's been no walking around the court with sage burning. There's been no paranormal experiences around the building. Kyrie has, by and large, been a pretty commendable guy. And then you get to this game. And then, for whatever reason, Kyrie Irving loses his ever-loving bleeping mind on the sideline. He's going off on guys. He's animated. And again, being animated in and of itself isn't a bad thing. There's a lot of emotional players.
Well, when you're playing the way those guys are playing, like they're asleep.
Bad?
Yeah.
Real bad?
I mean, I think you try to motivate and it didn't work.
Real bad. That was not good. Motivate, but and again, it is one thing for me to guess. I know, at least in my opinion, I know what motivates me. I know what motivates me. I know what gets me going. And a guy acting and popping off like Kyrie was acting and popping off ain't it. But again, it's his team. He's got to know it better than everybody else. When that dude is on the bench and he is just absolutely ripping his own guys to shreds when they're obviously already struggling to get something going, it's like, dude, that's not the spot for that, man.
He's also the only one who's on that team that I believe is a champion. So, I mean,
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And listen, I know my guy's frustrated. You should be frustrated. You scored 8 points in a quarter. You're an NBA team. Luka should score 8 points in a quarter, minimum, every quarter. It's not good enough. But at the same time, I don't know. And I will say this. I think as sports fans, we kind of hit this spot where we expect that our disposition will translate to the players. But I don't think this is any kind of spot where we're asking too much to say to this cat, hey man, maybe don't show your you-know-what on the sideline when your team's getting smoked. Maybe don't show your hindquarters on the bench when your team is clearly not composed. Like, yes, you are a champion, so show them how you got there as opposed to going, you suck, you suck, you suck, you suck, and you're all dragging me down, you losers. Because that's the vibe he put out.
What would you prefer he do? Look like bored on the bench? I mean, someone has to react that way. I'm guessing Luka's not that guy.
Luka's got a lot of Nikola in him. Like, I got to assume at this point, the Serbian people are the most chill people on planet Earth, right? Like, I'm sure the Serbians saw some stuff in the 80s and 90s, and now they're just like, who cares about anything?
Yeah, Luka got hit in the head, and he's still smiling, pointing out instead of, I mean, it just, Kyrie's the only guy who could do what he did, and probably the only one on the team that needs to do that. Well, it could motivate them for the next game.
I don't know. I watched that game and I thought, all right, I really thought there were a few series that could end up being pretty good. I thought Indiana-Milwaukee could be very good. And I'm not saying these won't turn out good. It is the NBA playoffs. Weird stuff happens all the time. But that Dallas team looked out of their depth in game one. That Pacers team looked out of their depth. Now, let's also point out, Dame Lillard was spectacular in the first half of that game. Damian Lillard was he the best player of any game one? I think he was. I don't think, did anybody have a standout performance more impressive than Damian Lillard's? I don't think so. 35 in the first half. The guy looked like old Damian. He looked like Dame time Damian Lillard. The Pacers looked like they didn't know what the hell to do. They didn't know, like, they looked like they didn't even know where they were. They just took shots and did not know how to respond. Again, not saying they can't come back and win a game. I threw out some picks last night on Twitter. One of them was Milwaukee money line. And I had a couple of guys hit me up and they're like, not a chance, Rob. No Giannis, no chance. Have you, I don't know if this is something that I lean too heavy in. Zoe, this year, have you noticed that when teams are missing their star, when their star goes down, the next game out, there always seems to be a little spark to them. Milwaukee without Giannis, New Orleans without Zion. Like every team with the exception of Miami. And let's be real here. Miami outside of Jimmy Buckets, with the exception of Bam Adebayo, Miami doesn't have the depth that New Orleans has. They don't have the depth that Milwaukee has. I don't think Milwaukee gets enough credit for the roster construction. But when these guys have gone down, a lot of these teams have really answered the bell to cover up for their superstars. The question is, can you do that 2 or 3 games in a row in the case of a guy like Zion Williamson, who has to wait a whole another week before he gets evaluated? In the case of Giannis Antetokounmpo, who may or may not be available for game 2.
Yeah, you're not going to like listen, when it comes to most of those teams, of course you're going to rally the next game. It's really hard to do when your star goes down in the game. That usually leads to everyone going, oh no, what are we going to do?
Yep.
But as far as New Orleans goes, they're kind of used to it. They're kind of used to Zion going down and them having to play without him.
I don't think that's unfair to say, but I would point out Zion did play the entire season this year.
I know.
They built it. They got there.
Yeah, but still, and in the back of your mind, it's like, okay, last year we played the majority of the year without him. The team is a whole lot of the same.
Yeah, a lot of the guys rolled over from last year. You're not wrong. You're not. That's not unfair. But I would still point out they did go an entire year with Z. They lost him in play-in game number 1, a game they lost. Then they turned around and without him went up against the good Sacramento team and got a win. Without him went up against a good Oklahoma City team. And again, maybe this is me being a fan guy. Should have won that game last night.
All right.
Had every chance.
So I still disagree with you about them versus the Lakers. But last night, if Zion was there,
they win that game.
They win handily, probably. If he had the kind of performance that he had last time out when he got hurt.
Our buddy Cinderella, who is one of the guys on the Welcome Home pod, phenomenal group of dudes. He's a Thunder fan. We got to talking on Twitter last night. I was in my feels last night, dude. I was in my feels. You know why I was in my feels? Because I stayed up till 12:15 in the freaking morning.
I was going to say, because you should have been asleep.
Yep. Because I got so invested in that game. I was up till 12:15 watching ball. And if I'm going to stay up till 12:15 watching ball, God, I hope I win. I was in my feels on Twitter, wrote him back. I put out a general tweet where I'm like, I'm standing on it. With Zion, we win. And had a couple of Thunder fans hit me back with, dude, you're probably right. You're probably right. That sucks. It really does. What a disappointing day of sports for me yesterday. I mean, great in terms of the sports. Awful in terms of the outcomes. All right, we got to take a break. Top of the hour. Coming up on the show today. In the next hour, we open with your water cooler cheat sheet. The top 3 sports stories you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports with your coworkers. Then we are going to talk some NFL draft on the show. What team in the first round sets the tone, sets the pace? And what are they going to do? Can we predict the picks after them? And how that helps or hurts the Panthers. We'll talk about that. At 8:40 this morning, John Blau of the Posting Courier joins us to talk a little Clemson athletics. They had a big series on the diamond. Lamont Paris grabbed the tall, pointy white hat because my man's in the kitchen and he's cooking. Another big transfer coming in to the South Carolina Gamecock basketball program. We're going to talk about that. Gamecocks also had a big series against the number 2 ranked Arkansas Razor Pigs this weekend. Woo Pig Suey. We're going to talk about how that and Clemson series played out coming up later on in the show. We got some Stanley Cup playoffs we need to get to because our Nashville Predators last night found a way to choke in the third period. Carolina Hurricanes open up what I think could be a very contentious series against the New York Islanders on Saturday. We'll talk about that series. We got a lot to get to. Show's going to be busy, y'all.
If you were at the NFL draft, would you boo? Is that thing like the most done
Roger
thing?
Goodell coming to the mic?
Yeah, it's just so.
Then yes.
Yeah, it's so. This is popular. Let's boo. And he's already turned it on you guys. And if you don't boo,
it on
yeah,
us.
sure you did.
He thought he was super cute and it was dumb.
Oh,
and
it worked.
Liked it.
It worked. I thought it was great. Him turning the boos and even during COVID when they talked about the boos, it don't work.
It's like when you roast a dude and he goes, "Your mom, oh, bird, got you."
But he basically has done that, and so
dumb.
just to find something else.
No
A no AEW chant type stuff, but find something.
Bleep you, Roger. All right, I shouldn't do that. I'm getting in trouble for that. All right. So that's all we got coming up on the show today.
Especially when you had a sound effect you could have played, and but you probably
Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone 844-326-3663. Text line is open at 71307 71307. Start your text with FAN FAN. Texter said Lonzo nailed this. Kyrie only looks bad because of reputation. He tried to motivate and fire up. I don't know, man. I feel like there's a difference between chastising and motivating. Some guys get motivated by being chastised. I don't know if that's the spot for that. We'll talk more NBA later on. Between here and there, though, Lonzo is about to charm the pants off you, maybe literally, with his sports flash.
Well, it is early. A lot of people don't have their pants on yet. A full day of NBA action yesterday started with Boston getting a win over the Miami Heat, 114-94. Celtics got 23 and 20 out of Jason Tatum and Derek White, respectively. Kristaps Porzingis left the game with an injury, but did return and finished with 18. The Clippers got 20 or more from three starters en route to a 109-97 win over the Mavericks. Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving both had more than 30, but no other Mavs reached double digits. The Bucks didn't have Giannis, but they did need him, dominating the Pacers 109-94. Dame Lillard went off for 35 in the win, and the Thunder barely outlasted the Pelicans in the nightcap. Pelicans led with just over a minute to play, but CJ McCollum lost the handle and missed a game winner with seconds to play. Make sure you tune in this afternoon from 3 to 7 for a brand new show, Wire to Wire, with Cole Bryson and Diesel. Story is just way too long. Knew I should have cut that down.
Then mark your calendar for the Allen Tate Big Spring Open House event on April 27th and 28th. Explore multiple homes across the Carolinas over one big weekend. Compare home features, take notes, and ask questions of our helpful on-site realtors. Whether you're ready to buy a home,
Just not so sure that that's a hill that you want
Yeah.
to. I mean,
You gotta say it the right way, Rashad. You gotta say it. You gotta do it, man. I can't do it with a swing, man. Jim Bob Cooter. Come on, Jim Bob Cooter. I can't do it.
Don't hit snooze. Play the Rob Brown Show. Now morning 6 to 10 on the Fan.
The Fan Upstate.
WYRD Greenville.
WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD3 Greenville. The official sports voice of the Upstate Fan. 97.7 FM Greenville. 97.1 FM Spartanburg. It's live from the Philadelphia.
Man, check this out.
You're on official Rob Brown lockdown.
Represents being real.
Yeah. Unfiltered sports talk. Manufactured locally for the Carolinas.
Lockdown.
This is the Rob Brown Show. Only on
The Fan Upstate.
And away we go with our numero dos, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown radio program is on the air. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the great one Lonzo, on the ones and twos this AM. I'm flustered right now because we're watching one of the network shows in the AM and they're going over highlights from last night. And I know that there's a reason for it. The NBA is going to be very invested in the Thunder because they are such a young team. That team is less than 24 years old on average. That's a young team. That team's got a core that can be good for a long time. But I'm getting really sick of the coverage this morning, acting as if, and again, listen, I'm just being a fan right now. I'm in my feels, I know, but I'm allowed to do that, all right? Get off me. I'm getting real tired, great one, of the coverage this AM, just like salivating like the Thunder beat us by 90 when we're the only damn team in the league that played with the upper level seed.
I don't know. Did you notice they're showing a lot of Zion? He looks like he's moving pretty well.
Well, it's a shoulder.
for-
It's not a knee this time.
Oh, I thought it was a hamstring. Okay.
Well, it's a hamstring injury, but they're also still worried about some of the injuries from the regular season. I'm not going to say he's fine. He's obviously not. I promise you, if the Birds could get him out there, they'd want to.
Looked like he was walking well. Looked like he was moving well. If it was a shoulder, when they show him turning around really quick to
It was the
talk to
hammy that
somebody.
he busted up in the Lakers game.
Right. And that's the reason why he's not playing.
Right.
And, he may have turned that limp into a pimp, but it looked like he was walking fine to me.
Well, I'm not a doctor, nor did I stay in a Holiday
I
Express
think
last
it's funny that they made sure that they show those camera angles. You got to show the star on the bench.
You
I
got to
guess.
throw the star on the bench, A. And B, I think they know, as I have said, if that guy plays, the Pelicans are up 1-0 in the series. And again, I don't have an issue other than this morning, the coverage has just been like falling heels over head, which is how that expression should work. Falling heels over head to talk about how amazing Oklahoma City is when the Pelicans were the only lower seed that gave a game in round one. But like I said, I'm in my feels. What do you want? I'm hurting this morning. You know who else is hurting? All the people who are up this morning on a Monday and have to go to work. All the people who are up this early after having a spectacular sports weekend and they've got to get to the office. That might be you. That might be you. Here's the good news. Lonzo and I, we're here for you. We're compassionate, kind, caring, giving people. We dedicate our mornings to make the sacrifice that is doing this radio show for you, the people. And part of the service that we provide to you out of the goodness of our overwhelmingly large hearts is to bring you the biggest and most important news and information in the world of sports that you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports. And if you're on your way to the office, to start talking sports, you're going to need to know about these 3 items, the 3 items on today's water cooler cheat sheet.
The fun just begun.
It's the water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to the office today and start talking sports with your coworkers. This is what you'll be talking about. Let us begin with item number 1. As we mentioned, the first round of the NBA playoffs is underway, ladies and gentlemen. We got the whole thing started with a fistful of game ones on Saturday, another few on Sunday. On Saturday, the Cavs knock off the Orlando Magic 97-83. By the way, in case you're paying attention, the 1 seed Thunder 1-0, the 4 seed Clippers 1-0, the 3 seed Timberwolves 1-0, the 2 seed Nuggets 1-0 in the West. In the East, the Celtics, the 1 seed 1-0, the Cleveland Cavaliers, the 4 seed 1-0, the 3 seed in Milwaukee Bucks 1-0, and the 2 seeded Knicks. Lonzo, every higher seed won, not a seed upset in round number 1.
Yay, chalk.
Yay, chalk. And I think we're going chalk across the board. 97-83, the Cavs get the dubs over the Magic. Spida had 30. Donovan Mitchell pops off 11 of 21 and 3 of 8 from deep. In a stellar performance, he was not alone. Jared Allen pitched in 16. Evan Mobley pitched in 16. You got 14 out of Darius Garland. Cleveland played great one. Consistent basketball. There wasn't really a letdown spot for this team. They won every quarter with the exception of the fourth, where they lost the fourth quarter 25-24. But at that point, it was just, hey, we're slow playing this game. Let's hit the under in this game. They held Orlando to 83 points in this game, 24 from Paolo Banchero, 18 from Franz Wagner, and that was it.
I do believe that there's probably a perception out there that the Cavs cannot do anything without LeBron and didn't do anything before him and not anything after. And it's kind of surprising how dominant they're being.
48-34 so far this year, 26-15 at home. They get the round 1 win over Orlando. The Timberwolves made Phoenix look like they didn't even belong in the playoffs. 31 out of Kevin Durant. 18 from Devin Booker on 5 of 16 and 2 of 6 from deep. Minnesota shot 50% from the floor and went 20 of 22 from the stripe. Listen, I really thought that the Timberwolves were going to be in a fist fight in this series. And this isn't to say that Phoenix has got as much playoff experience as anybody else, but it doesn't look good. 120-95, your final in that one on Saturday. The Knicks outclassed the 76ers, but Joel Embiid went down in this game. He did play 37 minutes of this contest. 8 of 22 from the floor, 2 of 8 from deep. He did leave the game for a while, grabbing at that knee that has been bothering him. He does not look like the same guy. I talked about this with Cody Decker on Saturday's show. I like Joel Embiid. I like Joel to take this team to the Eastern Conference Finals. If Joel's healthy, he's not. He's not. Jalen Brunson, on the other hand, 22 points for Brunson, 22 for Josh Hart, 21 off the bench for Miles McBride. 8 guys played in this game for the New York Knicks. I like this team a lot, man. I do. I thought the Knicks were going down in round 1, but that was more about Joel Embiid than it was about the Knicks. If Embiid's not healthy, the Knicks are winning this thing in 4, maybe 5. And the Nuggets, 114-103 winners over the LA Lakers. Lonzo, when I broke this game down earlier, the Nuggets played rope-a-dope for 2 quarters. And then once the Lakers started running on vapors, They just came out with a knockout blow in the third quarter. 32-18, they won the third quarter, and it was all downhill after that. That's just what the Nuggets are, man. They're going to lull you to sleep, and once you get gassed, they're going to punch you in the mouth. Sunday's games. Bucks over the Pacers, 109-94. We talked about it. Dame Lillard, great one, did not score a point in the second half and didn't need to. 38 minutes played. He scored 35 in the first half, and they just let everybody else play in the second half of that game. I mean, they won the second quarter 39-21. And there was just nothing that Indiana could do after that. Once the Pacers established, or once the Bucks established that big lead, they became the most efficient offense I've seen in the first round. And it's just keep the ball. Just take high percentage shots. Make Indiana chase us and wear themselves out. And they did. Bucks win 109-94. Clippers knocked off the Mavs. Mavs most disappointing team in the first round.
Yeah.
Not even close.
It was ugly to watch. I bet they step it up in the next. That would be the team.
I don't know how you can do worse than 8 points in a quarter. You're a professional basketball team, for God's sake.
Not that I'm good at this or anything, but if I were to put money on anyone winning game 2, I think it's Dallas. No way they play like that again.
I don't hate that bet. I don't hate that bet at all. I like that bet a lot. I might, as we say in the gambling biz, tail you on that bet. Great one. Luka's going to score 8 points by himself every quarter next game. He can't not at this point. Kyrie had 31. Luka had 33. 11 from PJ Washington. Nobody else did a damn thing for Dallas. 109-97 Clippers. The Celtics smoke Miami. I don't think this is even going to be a series.
Kristaps Porzingis, I hadn't watched the Celtics play this year till this game. Dude looks good. He's like put on some weight and just, he looks like an NBA player now.
He is still, look at Dirk, dude. They just showed Dirk at the Dallas game.
Yeah, I saw it.
Dirk looks like he's ready to get to the locker room and dress out himself. That was bad, man. He looked mad as hell. Kristaps Porzingis has been I think he fits where he is with Boston, right? I think when he was with New York, where else did he play? Dallas?
Yeah, he played Dallas.
I think when he was there, those two teams tried to make Kristaps Porzingis like the guy, and I don't think he's built like that. I don't think he's built to be the guy. I think he's built to be the complementary guy. And with Tatum and Derek White playing the way Tatum and Derek White played this weekend, I think Kristaps Porzingis fits into that role perfectly. Kind of like enough to be a 5-1 guy.
Kind of like a Chris Bosh back from Miami.
Yes.
You kind of forget about him because he's overshadowed by everybody, but he can still play really well.
I think that's a great comparison. I do. He's a dude that if you get lost in the sauce watching Brown, White, and Tatum, Porzingis suddenly's got 20 points in a game. I think that's a great comparison. Let's just call it what it is. Without Jimmy Buckets, Miami can't win this series, especially when Tyler Hero is going 4 of 13 for 11 points. It's just not good enough. Celtics up 1-0. And then last night, my New Orleans Pelicans gave everything the Oklahoma City Thunder wanted to them and just couldn't get it done because Willie Green is, dude. The only guy who has screwed New Orleans sports over more than Willie Green is Bill Vinovich. It's the only list that's made life worse for a New Orleans sports fan than Willie Green. That dude does an incredible job taking a good team to the dance and then absolutely craps the bed when he gets there. Unbelievable. New Orleans down in that series 0-1 to the Thunder, who win it 94-92. By the way, two scrappy, likable teams, man. Two scrappy, likable teams. In my ever so humble opinion. Let's go to item number 2. I know that not often is the WPGA going to make the water cooler cheat sheet, but Nelly Korda puts him there. 5 consecutive victories on the LPGA tour for Nelly Korda. She was at home recovering from a blood clot that required surgery in 2022. And here we are 2 years later, and she's not just the number one player in the world, but she is absolutely rewriting the history books. There have been 2 players in the history of the LPGA Tour who have won 5 consecutive. Annika Sorenstam did it in 0405, and Nancy Lopez did it in 1978. Nelly Korda recorded a 3 under 69, a 4-day total of 13 under 275 at Carlton Woods to win her 5th consecutive LPGA tournament. Stud. I don't know what you tell me. Stud. Let's go to item number 3. I've bounced back and forth on what to make item number 3. Do we go with the Braves, who took 2 out of the 3 of the series with the World Series champs, the Texas Rangers? Do I go with Lamont Paris bringing in a 7-foot transfer? I'm not going to. There's a reason for that, and I'll tell you what it is coming up here in just a little while. Instead, I am going to go with the award nominees have been mentioned across the WNBA. And stop me if you've heard this before, great one. But Nikola Jokic is a finalist one more time again.
You said the WNBA.
Sorry.
It's like, what?
Tell you why.
Good for him.
Tell you why. I had a conversation yesterday about Caitlin Clark and the deal she signed with Nike versus the salary in the WNBA. I don't think Nike's paying Caitlin Clark enough. Now, this isn't me like going on a tirade about the paycheck. What I'm saying is this. Is Caitlin Clark the most famous basketball player on planet Earth right now that's not named LeBron James? I got to say she's probably in the discussion, right? I think if I listed most popular basketball players.
I don't know if I would say the world.
At least in America.
You could probably say in America.
Let's go with America. The only country that matters.
But it is quieting down.
Well, she's not playing basketball right now.
Okay.
LeBron is.
Yeah. Well, even if he wasn't, he still would be talked about.
Probably. We'll see when the WNBA season kicks around. I think she's the most visible player on planet Earth. You know who deserves to be? Nikola Jokic. 4th consecutive year. He's an MVP finalist, joined by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's very good at basketball. We had him last night. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, quick live reading. We're coming right back. Y'all, get active in the chat. Where are you? BRB. big hat guy.
I've seen your wall. I know.
Big hat guy. I'm about to have to move some stuff and make a second row of hangers because I'm out of hat space, but collecting more. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show continues. Rob and Lonzo with you here on The Fan Upstate. Let's go with some NFL draft talk here for just a minute. We had Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast on last Thursday. We talked a little bit about the direction that they could, should, would go with their 2 picks in the second round. I have, great one, kind of come around a little bit on the concept of trading 2 to get back into the first round. I have, because I'm getting to the point, based on some draft previews I've been reading, based on some draft thoughts that I've seen from guys who cover different teams. I think in the second half of the first round, I think there's going to be an enormous run on wide receivers. I've been sitting here thinking this draft class is deep with wide receivers. This draft class is stacked with wide receivers. And I think at 33, somebody's going to be available. We know that Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, and Rome Odunze are all going to be off the board quick. But I have seen Adonai Mitchell's name from Texas, probably the 4th best receiver in this draft. He's interchangeable to me with Brian Thomas out of LSU. Those guys are going to come off the board in the mid to late teens. And then the question is, do Troy Franklin or Ladd McConkey make it to 33? And the more I've read, the more I've paid attention, the less likely I think that they are. Which means that I think your best available options are going to be Keon Coleman out of Florida State, Roman Wilson out of Michigan, Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. Those are the next 3 guys on the board. Coleman is very interesting to me as a wide receiver because he is, obviously we saw what he did at Florida State. He is a very explosive guy off the ball, but he's not super agile, which is the type of wide receiver that gets you in trouble against a lockdown defensive back. If you're going to go Keon Coleman and play him opposite of Deontay, then I think you have to create a world in which Deontay is getting like an overwhelming number of pass attempts from BY thrown in his direction. Because if Deontay Johnson does not feel like a home run ball threat on every play, if he feels like a guy that's only getting the ball when he's open and you're not comfortable throwing him 50-50 balls, you're not comfortable putting it in the air and trusting Deontay Johnson to go get it, then I think defenses can start to shade coverage over to Keon Coleman. And I think he gets removed from the game at that point. I think he gets removed from the game. I think he becomes a limited participant in the offense. So I like Keon Coleman a lot, but I think Keon Coleman's a guy who's got to be placed opposite of a home run threat. I think he's got to be played opposite of a true, legitimate number 1 threat wide receiver. Roman Wilson. I like Roman Wilson a lot. I actually think Roman Wilson is probably being undervalued in this draft class. I think one of the reasons Roman Wilson out of Michigan is underrated, underappreciated, great one, is because of who he had as quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. I am convinced at this point, and I might be proven wrong on Thursday night, I am convinced the J.J. McCarthy hype is like a league-wide smokescreen. Every team is looking at it as a free excuse to throw some smoke up in front of their actual plans.
This is the first year in a while where I actually do believe there's going to be trades. You know, I think the last couple of drafts have been fairly boring. I know the Panthers, you know, traded up to get Bryce Young, but we knew that was happening before. Well, we knew they were going to take a quarterback anyway. I think there's going to be a lot of movement in the first round, and I hope so, because that's exciting. And I think maybe some teams, maybe even the Panthers, find their way back into round one.
I'm getting to the point where I almost feel like that's obligatory. I almost feel like they kind of have to at this point. I think Roman Wilson's undervalued. I think Ricky Pearsall, all the things that I said that got Rashad Beard upset with me. All the things that I said that got Rashad Beard to say that I was being kind of lazy, quote unquote, when it came to my evaluation of Ladd McConkey.
You're never going to forget that, are you?
No, I'm not. I love Rashad. I really do. Rashad and I have hung a couple of times when I've been up in Charlotte for different things. I love having Rashad on the show. Man, that one hurt. That one stung a little bit. All right. Now, I will also say, I watched a lot of tape on Ladd McConkey last Friday and Saturday, and I'm not totally ready to come off of I'll change it from he is a slot receiver to I would feel most comfortable with him in a slot spot. He's a 6 foot tall wide receiver. He ain't small, but he ain't a big guy either. He ain't going 6'4", 6'5", coming across the middle. I would feel most comfortable with him in a slot. Ricky Pearsall is a slot receiver. Ricky Pearsall is nothing but a slot receiver. If I'm getting Ricky Pearsall, I'm hoping he falls to 39 because I don't even know that I'm comfortable taking him at 33. I am coming around, great one, to the belief that while there are plenty of needs, edge rusher is still a need, linebacker is still a need, defensive back, specifically at the corner, is still a need. There's a lot of needs for this team. I have come all the way around to I think I am good if Dan Morgan decides that he wants to punch the 33 and the 39 together to get back into the 17 to 24 range. And I do think, because I agree with you, I think Thursday night we are going to be very busy talking about trades around the first round. I think there's going to be a team somewhere from 17 to 24 that would be happy with 2 second rounders for their first. And the more I think about it, the more I'm circling around to that's the right move for Carolina. Go up there into the range that Adonai Mitchell, that Brian Thomas Jr. are going to be, Troy Franklin are going to be available, because after that, and Ladd McConkey, because after that, Keon Coleman, Ricky Pearsall are a definite drop off. And honestly, I think Roman Wilson's going to skip up the draft board.
I've seen several things where he has said that they're not building around Bryce Young, that they're building a team. I don't believe that. I believe definitely they're going to try to trade back into round one to get the biggest name receiver they can get.
I saw that comment too. And we already know, you know, about 6 weeks ago, Lonzo and I threw out the first mention of hashtag drafts or hashtag smokescreen season, because it is. If you're not building around Bryce Young, you're doing it wrong.
Unless you don't plan on him being there after his rookie contract and you're just building everything else.
That's still,
yeah, I know,
like 2 to 3 more years.
Yeah.
I mean, you are locked in at this point. So even if that's the case, I still think you've got to go in on that guy, even if you don't believe he's the guy, which, again, I don't believe that anyone in an offense doesn't believe that he's the guy. I think you do have to build around him. I think saying we're not building around him is silly. You still got to build out a team.
Right.
Sure.
Because whether you have the confidence in him or not, you want to win games. So you got to build the team in a way where it would make him successful. Now, if you do that and he's not successful, you got to find a way to replace him and get him out of there.
Sure. But I think, to me, building a successful team begins with building around your quarterback, a young quarterback. It begins. So to me, while there are plenty of needs, yes, the number one need is wide receiver in this draft. I think there's a wide receiver run coming in the first round. I think it's going to end up taking Roman Wilson above Keon Coleman. I don't even know if that's a big shock, but I think he jumps up. I think at 33, you're looking at Coleman. You're looking at Pearsall. You're looking at Ladd McConkey if you're lucky. I think everybody else is off the board in the first round. And because of that, I have come all the way around to the belief that Carolina should package their 2 second-rounders and jump up to the first. Agree or disagree? I want your thoughts, Panther fans. Renewal by Anderson to the Carolinas fan phone, 844-326-3663. Text us, 71307. It's the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate.
Chuck Sanders here. The Sports Flash presented by Progressive. College baseball on Sunday, number 7, Duke beat number 23, Virginia Tech, 13-10.
Steven, good morning, big dog. Welcome in. Everybody else, where's my chat this morning, man? My chat is wildly quiet today. I don't like it.
Conspiracy. He shows up, they win. It's fixed. It's fixed. Jordan shows up, his guy wins.
Well, if you believe that, then you believe that Brad Keselowski intentionally took out the race leader and then didn't win for Mike.
One minute.
Go Pete. Be right back.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar. If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think
So Ric Flair just do something up. He's going to be at the Minnesota Card Show. I'm curious, which of these three guys are you getting an autograph from first? Ric Flair, Mike Tyson, or Pete Rose? Those are the three pictures on the thing.
I think I got to go Flair, dude. Like Mike's.
We talk to wrestlers all the time. This is Mike Tyson, though. I don't know.
True. I saw Mike Tyson in the Charlotte airport when we were flying down to the Dominican. And I watched him shake so many hands. He was so nice. It was wild. The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. Rob, Lonzo, and you. We have talked some NBA basketball this morning. I'll throw this out there real quick. Lamont Paris is working the transfer portal right now. South Carolina men's basketball announced yesterday that they have landed Missouri transfer forward Jordan Butler. Butler is the first transfer in this cycle. He is not the first transfer cycle in the 7-footer who played his ball at Christ Church Episcopal School in Greenville, South Carolina. Spent his first year with Mizzou, played in 31 games, had 14 starts. Now, averaged 2.3 points and 2 rebounds per game, played 11.4 minutes per game. Best effort came last year against Ole Miss when he scored 10 and had 4 boards. I'm going to need my man to throw on some weight. I'm going to need my guy to ball out. Before he committed to Mizzou, he had offers from South Carolina, Florida State, Alabama, and Auburn. So it's not exactly a list of nobodies that wanted this cat to come play for him, right? The number 131 overall player and the number 18 center in the country. He was also tabbed as the number 2 prospect overall.
So he's a true center.
He is a true
from the
center.
sound of it, but his stats not that great.
It's not that great. Mizzou was not that great. And that's not to say
You can shine on a bad team.
you can shine on a bad team. You are absolutely correct. And that is not to say that this guy is a game-changing big man. What I'm saying is I would make the argument, great one, that last year's South Carolina team, more than anything else, was missing out on a true in-the-middle big guy. You had a couple of guys who played almost a combo power forward. You had a couple of guys that didn't really play 4, didn't really play 5, but played kind of somewhere in the middle. And I don't know that that was ever going to be enough. Like BJ Mack, to me, played a 4-5 and had a good year doing it. You had who else? Colin Murray Boyles is a power forward. Studi was a power forward. You didn't really have that big guy in the middle. Gray was probably the closest you have, but he's a backup. I'm not really willing to say that I'm like over the moon about this. What I'm saying is you saw with BJ Mack how much South Carolina's, how much Lamont Paris's offense is predicated on playing through the paint. Because with Meechie Johnson, when Meechie got hot, it didn't always feel that way. It didn't always feel like their game was work inside out, but it is. And I think for the first time under Lamont Paris, if this cat does work out to be the guy that Gamecock fans obviously hope he does, I think this becomes the first time that you've run an inside-out offense with a true 7. And by the way, basketball has moved away from being a game that has true big guys. If I asked you to look around the league, I would say Porzingis is on that list. Outside of Kristaps Porzingis, Bam Adebayo, who else is like a true 5, a pure 5? Jokic is not a pure 5. He is a 5, but he's not a pure 5. Embiid, maybe. Like Embiid's borderline. I would argue that basketball has kind of gotten away from the pure 5. I would also argue you can still succeed with one. And I think that's kind of the direction that if you're Lamont Paris, you're hoping that you can take Jordan Butler. Oh, that's right. Shane said, how about Daniel Gafford? Legend in the making. You don't see a lot of pure 5 players in the paint anymore. You see a lot of guys who are 4-5s, or you see a lot of guys that are 5s that play at the elbow, 5s that play at the stripe as much as they play on the block. And don't get me wrong, the more versatile you can give me a guy, the better. If you give me a 7, Victor Wembanyama, you give me a 7-footer that can go 6 of 11 from 3. Yeah, I can do something with that. Like Jokic, you give me a guy that can go pull me 11 boards a game, but also dish out assists at the same rate. Yeah, I can do something with that. I got to think part of the goal here is to unlock this guy's versatility. But before I do any of that, so I can't have a 7-footer that gets 2 boards a game. That's pointless. If you're going to give me a 7-footer that gives me 2 boards a game, and this is from me, the hesitancy to get super jacked up. It's a great transfer in, but the hesitancy for me to get super jacked up about it is, how's this cat develop under Lamont Paris? Because I don't know that we have seen a pure 5 get developed yet. I don't know if we've seen a pure 5, but I don't know that we've seen one get developed out of somebody who maybe should or could be. So you got 14 starts. That's great. You got 31 games of action at Mizzou. That tells me he was consistent enough at the very least. He was consistent enough to earn PT. He was consistent enough to earn some starts. Yes, it was on a bad team, but as Lonzo pointed out, great players shine whether they're on a great team or a bad team. He was good enough to get PT. He was good enough to get starts when they needed him. That's all spectacular. Now, can you turn him away from being a 7-footer who gets 2 I don't care if you're playing 15 minutes. If you're a 7-footer and you're only getting 2 boards, I got no room for you. That's your thing, dude. Like, that's not to say I can't utilize you in other ways. If you're a 7-footer who has a consistent mid-range jumper, I can work that into the offense.
It's your thing in America. If you're from Europe, you're probably a 3-point specialist at that size.
Even still, Jokic gets triple doubles. He's still getting 10 boards a game. My man averaged a triple-double last year. He's getting you 10 a game. I'm not saying that I need to see Jordan Butler come down and get me 22 rebounds a game.
That would be nice, though.
It will be super nice. What I'm saying is I need Jordan Butler in the double-digit category in rebounds in any given game. There's not a lot of 7-footers that this dude should not be able to outdo. There's not a lot of guys that I should expect this guy to get out rebounded by. 7 foot, 230. Do I need him to throw on some LBs? Yeah, I'd like it.
Is he like Sean Bradley back in the day, or maybe Manute Bol, or some of these guys that are really tall but just don't move well?
I'm not going to say doesn't move well. Like, he's not statuesque.
I mean, without actually having watched him, it's just what you said earlier. How is he not getting rebounds?
I am watching through some of his. I watched through last night when the announcement came around, some of his clips. And I will say there's a couple of things that I like and a couple of things I don't. One of the things that I don't like in watching the 7-footer play is that he spends a lot of time up around the 3-point line. He spends a lot of time. You're a 7-footer guy. Like, I need you playing the mid-range. It now does appear to have a great one. Does appear to have a little bit of a 3-point shot on him. Does appear that if you leave him unguarded, and this is what I would love to have out of a 7-footer. I would love to have a guy out of a 7-footer that I can stick out there at the 3-point line, that I can stick out there around the top of the key, and you better not leave it unopened. Second thing I love, really good closeout speed for a 7-footer. Really good closeout speed. I'm watching a lot of his defensive highlights last night, and one of the things that I saw is that if you take your big man and you play him out in the short corner, you play him out in the wing, you try to clear them out, it doesn't mandate that he leave the short corner or leave the block for you. He can still play help side defense, and if you get it to your big guy in space out in the short corner, he can still close out on you. He's got pretty impressive speed for a 7-footer. He's got good closeout speed. I think the mid-range shot is going to have to be developed. I think the mid-range shot is going to have to be improved a little bit. It looks like he's got a bit of a 3 on him, but it looks like he's not super comfortable in the mid-range specifically with open Jays. That's got to go away too, because that to me is a big part of what Lamont Paris wants to do. The big man needs to be able to hit those threes so that he can open the floor for Colin Murray-Boyles or whoever else. So good closeout speed, which allows him to stay in tight and play help side defense underneath the basket. It allows him to kind of play the role of rim protector, which is something I think the Gamecock basketball program needs right now. He's got to develop the mid-range jumper. This is what I've seen from limited time watching Mizzou basketball last year, because why would you? And from doing a rundown on some of his highlights last night. Good closeout speed, an okay mid-range jumper, a lot more comfortable from range if he's got time to establish the shot, and solid rim protecting defense. That's what I'm seeing that you are getting out of Jordan Butler. Here's the other thing I'm going to say. Last week, when we were talking about the last, not transfer, because Butler is the first transfer, but when you got Cam to stay home, who was a Texas commit, but not a Texas player. So that was not a transfer. Jordan Butler is your first transfer in. When you got Cam to stay home, we had this conversation about whether it's basketball or football. To me, a solid indicator of whether or not I can trust your program is, are you winning the state? Are you getting the guys close to home to either stay home or, in the case of a Jordan Butler, come home? And right now for Lamont Paris, it feels like it. Again, it's two guys. It's Cam and it's Jordan. I don't want to sit here and say like, oh, he's, it's dominant. He's closing out the state. But you got two of the best South Carolina produced high school basketball players of the last 2 years, both deciding to come to Columbia. Despite the fact that your in-state rival made an Elite Eight run this year, was points away from being a Final Four team this year, outperformed expectations this year. The biggest South Carolina home prospect this year is coming to Columbia. The biggest South Carolina transfer is coming to Columbia this year. Again, I'm not exactly ready to hand Lamont the crown and the sash of King of the State quite yet. But so this is a big step in that direction. And if you can win the battle for the Carolinas, because they got a couple of kids in North Carolina coming down or looking at it as well. If you can win the battle of the Carolinas, if you can be in contention with North Carolina, with Duke, for guys out of the Northern Carolina, and if you can beat Clemson for guys in the South Carolina, you got a chance.
How much longer is the window open for transfers?
I do not know when the end date is for the portal. Well, let me rephrase that. I don't know when the window is for closing, but once you're in the portal, you're in the portal. You can stay or go for as long as you need.
Okay, so that just has to do with entering. All right, okay.
Yeah.
So are there any more South Carolina players, players born in the state still out there?
It's a great question. The men's basketball portal window opens March 18th and closes on May 1st. That's your window for winter sports. Now, all the different sports have their own individual window. In case you were curious, great one, the fencing window opens March 19th and closes May 2nd.
Okay, all right.
So if you're really paying attention to fencing, there's your transfer portal window.
I was asking about the window because maybe there's some recruiting going on, not necessarily from the coaches or that, but from other players going, hey, your boy just came here. Why don't you come here too? That sort of thing.
I don't know if you saw this last week when the portal started getting hot and heavy for football. It was very interesting that the two Sanders brothers out in Colorado. Deion's losing a ton of players in the portal right now. Because just like I called the shot, Deion is a wonderful football celebrity. The X's and O's are in doubt. They had a phenomenal start to the season last year because they caught folks by surprise. And then once folks figured out that Deion's not an X's and O's guy, he's a guy that thought, well, I just got all the talent to come play for me at Jackson State. I can do it at D. No, you can't. No, you can't. You got to win. Celebrity don't matter. Deion is bleeding players out of the portal right now. Shedeur and Shiloh went on Twitter or Instagram, and Shedeur put out a tweet or an Instagram post. I don't remember which one. I think it was Instagram. That said, offensive players in the portal contact me. Defensive players in the portal contact Shiloh. Like the Sanders brothers are recruiting coordinators now for Colorado as they are hemorrhaging players out of the portal.
That's just the beginning of that. I mean, those are two guys who are pretty famous.
I think it's been going on the last couple of years. It's just those are the two guys with the last name Sanders.
Yeah, so it makes them more visible.
Yep.
But even more so, as this thing continues, it's going to be a lot of that. Especially if you played with someone in high school or against someone in high school, and you're trying to get them to come to. It's I'm just not shocked by it.
The transfer portal is very much like money. I heard an old joke once. Do you know what the easiest way to become a billionaire is? Be a millionaire, right? Money makes money faster than anything else. You can work as hard as you want in this life. Money generates money faster than hard work. That's just the reality, unfortunately. The portal's the same way. You get 2-3 portal guys in, they get 2-3 portals guys in, and they get 2-3 portal guys in. That's why winning the portal is as important as recruiting in the beginning. That's why what Lamont Paris is doing to circle full cycle, because I'm good at radio, is super important. You know who else is good? Nene, great at radio. The great one, Lonzo. I don't know why I went Tony the Tiger. Here's a sports flat. Wow.
By the way, you just described a pyramid scheme. I hope you know that. The list of NBA individuals award winners was one gets one, two
It's
gets
multi-level marketing.
There we go. Award winners is released this weekend. Nikola Jokic is nominated for MVP for the fourth straight year, joined by Giannis, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Luka Doncic. The Rookie of the Year nominees are Victor Wembanyama, Chet Holmgren, and Charlotte's own Brandon Miller. Wembanyama is also a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, along with Rudy Gobert and Bam Adebayo. The Braves' 6-game win streak came to an end last night as the Rangers knocked off Atlanta 6-4. Darius Vines was credited for the loss after giving up 7 hits and 2 home runs in 5 innings. DH Marcell Ozuna hit his MLB leading 9th homer of the year. And make sure you join Wire to Wire this Thursday live from Dave & Buster's for their NFL Draft Special. Man, my timing's off today. No matter what I do, I cannot hit it.
revolution in pain management we've seen in decades. Regenerative medicine. If your joint pain is keeping you from doing what you love, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Surgery, steroids, drugs, these are no longer your best option. Regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative treatments that deliver lasting results, using your body's own power to repair and restore damaged joint tissue. QC Kinetics is under the leadership of National Medical Director.
So there's a
Yeah, you may be right, James. I don't know.
there's a tradition in hockey where if you're a player, you don't touch the Stanley Cup until you've won it. So ESPN Plus has started a hockey show that is similar to Inside the NBA on TNT. And on it are Mark Messier and PK Subban. Subban didn't win one as a player, but he could still win one as a coach, right? So they brought the Stanley Cup to the show. Messier is trying to get PK to touch the cup, and PK refuses to do it because he didn't win it as a player. So Messier starts chasing him around the studio with it. It's hilarious. Chases him up the stairs that are part of the set, not real stairs.
They held him though.
Yeah.
My house, so I'm bringing out my new tropical wind spray.
And create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise. Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water. Bundling. Just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Based on rating tension by state. Coverage options selected by customer. Availability, valid discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Unique and unlike any other sports talk show, it's BetMGM Tonight, Monday through Friday from 7 to 11, only on The Fan. BetMGM Tonight is the red zone for casual and hardcore sports fans. Live sports betting updates for all of the night's games as they happen. Get the latest scores, size, totals, props, parlays, futures, and much more with real-time, relevant sports wagertainment tonight at 7. BetMGM Tonight, exclusively on The Fan. And go to the Odyssey app. The Fan. WYRD Greenville.
WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD3 Greenville.
W249DL Greenville.
W246CB Spartanburg. 97.7 FM Greenville. 97.1 FM Spartanburg. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Man, check this out.
You're on official Rob Brown Lockdown.
Represent being real.
Manufactured locally for the Carolinas.
Lockdown.
The Rob Brown Show. Only on
And away we go with our number 3 of the Rob Brown radio program right here on the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you be a part of the show on the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone, FANFONE. That's 844-326-3663. You may text us on the text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N. We'll read them on the air. Great with Lonzo on the ones and twos. I am Rob Brown. Spectacular to have you as always. I want to address this. Great one. We had a texter who hit us up on the text line at 71307. Start your text with FAN. Again, we'll read them. Who said, and I quote, Carolina's made zero effort to reload pass catchers since their last 3 decent ones. Steve Smith, Kelvin Benjamin, and Greg Olson. I don't see them changing their ways, end quote. And I'm kind of back and forth on that because on one hand, I don't necessarily know that that is true. Adam Thielen is not bad. I want you to know Adam Thielen had a productive year last year out of position. That's a slot guy that they placed at the 1 spot. He was, by definition, out of position and yet still had an effective year. They went with Terrace Marshall Jr. out of LSU. Was it a speculative pick? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't panned out.
Not at all.
And some would say because he hasn't been used right, but he's had many different quarterbacks to try with.
I don't think you're wrong about TMJ. I will also say that, yes, I believe what you said, which is no, dude has not been used right. TMJ is a red zone, jump ball, throw it up, 50-50 ball guy.
No, I think he's a waste of a spot.
So, all right. Nobody is going to nail every pick. Some guys just aren't going to pan out. Did you feel that way before when he got drafted? Were you like, oh, bum pick?
Well, I didn't get it. I definitely didn't get it.
I did.
And there was hype. And I remember you were the one hyping.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not going to walk off of it. I'll own it.
Well, Shane says on the stream that he did also.
Yeah. I think, for the record, I think a lot of people did. I know Rashad did too. Rashad hyped this pick when it happened. To me, this is a cat that has got to be utilized more to the skill set that he has. I think the biggest problem I have had with both Matt Rule and Frank Reich since I got here is both of those guys tried to force players into their offense instead of tailoring their offense to meet their players. So when you say, Texter, they've made zero effort to reload pass catchers, and I don't see them changing their ways. I will acknowledge
they haven't had a star compared to the ones that he threw out there.
I don't disagree, but can we not act like that's an easy thing? Just find a star. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. If it was, every team would have them. I agree you haven't had the star. You are completely right. In fact, the closest thing you've got to a star is an aging Adam Thielen, who played the role of number one last year. My dude's 33 years old. Now, I'm 39 years old. So, yes, he's dramatically younger than me. You know what else that I am not, though? An NFL wide receiver. But you bring in Adam Thielen, and how did he get used by the Panthers? As a one. As a what?
Who should have been the one?
They didn't have one.
Okay. So they used their best guy where they needed to use him.
Oh, listen, for the roster they had, it was about as good as they could do. But to me, and this is why Fitterer had to go as well, the roster building was atrocious. That's why Adam Thielen was your one. Because the roster building was awful. And that's a problem. I think in the perfect world, Deontay Johnson is a true one. He is a true one. Now, it's not just TMJ. I want you to know, and this guy I have not given up on because I think there's a world of potential in Jonathan Mingo. I'm not giving up on this guy either. 6'2", 220 out of Ole Miss. Second round pick at pick 39 last year, or 2 years ago? 2020. No, yeah, last year, 2023. 43 targets, 85 targets, 43 catches, 418 yards, no touchdowns, one fumble. Not a great stat line out of the gate. But I'm going to go with when you have to play Adam Thielen as your one because he's the best you got. Because when John Mingo came in, he wasn't that's a great breakout one. That's a 2 wide receiver to me. That's a wide receiver. I need a 1. It's John Mingo 2, Adam Thielen in the slot, TMJ when you go 4 wide or more. I still believe that guy, John Mingo, can be a stud as a 2. That to me is why they've got to go with a 1. But to me, what kind of triggered me a little bit about this text, I think, if you will pardon the woke word there, was, quote, don't see them changing their ways. I heard the term this weekend, great one, professional fan, said about this industry. And you and I have had this conversation before. When I'm behind a mic, I don't consider myself a fan. I consider myself an analyst. I consider myself a deliverer of the take. I don't think that I'm a fan. However, I will acknowledge that when it comes to optimism about the future, I am a professional fan. I don't want this team to be good. I need this team to be good. I need this team to be good so I can make more money. I'm a big fan of that. I would like that to happen more often, to be honest with you. So I think I probably am guilty here, like it or not. I think I am probably guilty of taking the silver lining in this. But with that on the table, since the takeover of Dan Morgan as the GM, since the takeover of Dave Canellis as the head coach, great one, perhaps I am a professional fan here. Perhaps I am grasping at silver linings, hoping that they exist. Is there not a bit of a different vibe around this team after primarily Dan Morgan? I'm not even going to say Dave Canellis, because I think, as Rashad loves to say, we got to see what this team looks like on the field before we pass judgment on that guy. But since Dan Morgan took over, from the introductory conference where he, to me, fired a shot at the locker room by saying, I don't care who's on this team, we just got to make sure we got dogs in that locker room. I feel like this team's got a different vibe.
It's reminiscent, and even though this is recent, of Detroit in a way, isn't it? Don't you get that kind
fair.
of feel?
That's very fair.
And you're hoping that the Panthers are able to do what Detroit was able to do last year, and what they've done the last couple of years under this coach, and been able to start to build towards something really good. The Panthers just have that kind of, they're going to be gritty. They're going to be what they used to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
We will see if it translates to the field, but when your GM has those eyes and acts like that and says all the things that he's saying, I try not to be optimistic. Rashad and I both have talked about this. I'm trying not to be optimistic, but the closer the season gets, I don't think you can fight it entirely.
It's hard for me to. And again, I am,
and also the closer the season gets, the closer the draft gets, which is just a few days away. And, which is a new beginning for so many people and so many teams. You think this is it, this year. Oh, yes, my team, they picked the right guys. We're on our way.
Look, until week 1, everybody's undefeated, baby. We all got the same record, right? I think that, and I will attribute this to Dan Morgan. When Dan Campbell showed up in Detroit, great, when you remember when Campbell showed up in New York and in his introductory press conference, speaking of introductory press conferences, Dan Campbell said, we're going to be a bunch of kneecap biters. And we were all like, what a dork, dude. What a weirdo.
I don't know. He has an intensity in his face when he said that. I was like, oh,
Dork.
Yeah. If you say so. I never got that. That's a guy I don't want to mess with.
Go outside, nerd.
When he said that, I'll just make it about me. When Dan Campbell said, we're going to be a bunch of kneecap biters, I was like, all right, dork. Cool, man. That's fun. Then something happened in the Big D, and this time I mean Detroit. Something happened where this team, these Detroit Lions, kind of They kind of adopted that, kind of became their personality. They became an extension of the personality of Dan Campbell. And last year, they just went out and won the division. Now, much like the Carolina Panthers, I would argue it was a good division. Like, it wasn't great. Minnesota was okay. Green Bay kind of started finding their way late in the year and became a playoff team that went to the Big D, and I do mean Dallas, and knocked off Jera's boys. It was an okay. Chicago sucked. It was an okay division, and Detroit won it. And I think a lot of that had to do with the grit they took. I
Definitely
wonder,
gritty though. They've taken on the personality of their coach. They won with a quarterback who's been discarded. I mean, there's just so many things. Scrappy.
Scrappy is a good word. And I think if Carolina is going to come out of the cellar, they're going to have to be that. Now, my question is going to be, and I think it's a fair one, can you adopt the personality of a general manager? Because here's what I will say about Dave Canales. I have watched his interviews, including the one he did at the Combine. I loved it, by the way. Lonzo and I had a discussion about this in case you don't remember that. He was at the Combine, and he went on NFL Net, and they were asking him questions about the team, and I thought his answers were phenomenal for a head coach. He didn't do what most coaches do and lean on the coach speak to not say anything. Like, he was actually talking about, they said, what's your plan to develop Bryce Young? And he actually answered the question. He said, well, it's twofold. Number one, we got to break Bryce down to his core elements, to his fundamentals, to his footwork, to his arm strength, to his vision. We got to see what he's the best at. We got to see what he's not the best at. We got to develop what he's not the best at. But more importantly, we've got to cater the offense to what he is the best at. Now, I will acknowledge that a part of the reason that I loved that out of Dave Canales is because I felt like Matt Rule and Frank Reich did the exact opposite with all the guys that played quarterback through their tenures. They're like, this is my offense. This is what you do. That's not what the best coaches do. The best coaches go, here's the building blocks of my offense. This is what the offense runs like. But if you're a little better at this category, we'll bump up the amount of that we do. And if you're not so great at this category, then we'll decrease the amount of that we do in order to create an overall offense tailored to the players. To me, neither Rule nor Frank Reich did that. The fact that Canales jumped on the mic and went, yo, look, if BY's really good at this thing, we're going to build the team to be better at that. If he's really bad at this thing, we're going to work on making him better, while at the same time limiting the number of times in a game that we ask him to do that. I thought it was great. But I will also say this. Dave Canales does not strike me as a guy that has a tremendous amount of rah-rah, shish-boom-bah energy. I'm not saying you have to have that to thrive. I'm saying he's kind of the counter opposite to Dan Morgan, who got up on that stage on the very first day he was introduced as the GM. And like I said, I think fired a warning shot directly at the team. Either you a dog or you gone. And that's all there is to it. You're either him, you're either here, or you're not. So, I again, if I'm looking for the silver linings, as we're just a couple of days from draft day number 1, if I'm looking for the silver lining here, the silver lining for me is going to be this. If you're a player who wants that gritty, hard-nosed, in the dirt, cowboy collar style football philosophy, Dan Morgan's right there. If you're the kind of football player that looks at this and goes, it's a cerebral game, you can't let your emotions get the better of you, you got to stay composed. Keep your chi centered. Dave Canales is your guy. And That would scare me, great one. If you got philosophy A that's way over here in your GM and philosophy B that's way over here in your head coach, that would scare me, except for these two dudes have been in lockstep with each other since they showed up. Like, I think they both see how important it is to be on the same page, which makes me feel like the plan on draft day, whatever it ends up being, if nothing else, whether we like it or not, hate it or not, agree with it or not, disagree with it or not, no matter what the case is, I know that it is a unified front from the team in that decision, and I need that before we ever look at a football. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. The heel version of a bearded John Cena. I like it. I like it. All right, guys, I'm going to step away for 60 seconds. Y'all stay right there. I'll be right back.
Mod that I really love is going to break Thursday, and because that's what happened with Skyrim when they upgraded, all the mods broke.
Yeah.
So you couldn't play the game with it. So you had to start all over and get rid of all of them, and then experiment and hope that you picked the right one that didn't break the game. Because then you couldn't go back to your save. The screens would just go black, and I can't wait for the upgrade. I just know. I hope the modders are ready to go.
Yeah.
Especially the no build limit, the unlimited carry, all my favorites for mods. The upgrade for Skyrim was phenomenal. So if it looks that good, it's going to be awesome. You still need to watch that series. You really do.
Yeah, it's on my list to start. Actually, I watched a couple of the commercials and trailers, and
I'm on episode 4 now. So
is it good?
yeah. Oh, we're actually on episode 5. We just rarely binge something. We'll watch something once a week, so we have something to look forward
Yeah.
to, that type of thing.
I am starting tomorrow because we got playing hockey tonight. I'm starting tomorrow. I'm starting Shogun because everybody I've talked to that watched it has said it's unbelievably good.
Well, I've heard there's less fighting in it, though. That bothers me.
I don't need it to be an action show. It just needs to be a good show with action in it. John Blau of the Post and Courier is going to join us in the next segment. We'll talk some Clemson baseball with him, as well as go back with a couple of weeks now to think about it, spin it around in the old noodle a couple of times to talk a little bit about the Clemson spring game. That's coming up next. If you got any questions for John Blau, you can text them in right now to 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, or you can tweet them to me at The Rob Brown Show, if you'd like to go in that direction. You got any questions for John Blau about Clemson sports? I'm happy to hear them.
Any Clemson players perspective going in the draft?
We can ask him about that. Certainly can. We'll talk about that. Don't really hear about much Clemson draft talk right now.
No.
So we'll talk about that.
And is that a sign that the team hasn't been doing well, that there are no standout players that you're waiting to see where they're going in the NFL?
That's a fair question. We'll talk about that with John Blau in the next segment of the show. In the meantime, got a few other things. Texture, by the way, about the Panthers says, quote, hope you guys are right. Well, that's what we do. That's what we do. Real quick, I wanted to do this. And we won't spend a ton of time on it because we do have John Blau coming up next. So we gotta be on time. Good Lord, look at the Funko Pop collection of art, Robert Griffin III.
Yeah.
An entire damn wall, dude.
Yeah. You know, I have that many.
You have that many? Spread across multiple locations?
Yeah, because I have them out of the boxes. There's a lot more in the office than you think.
You do take them out of the box. RG3 is in the box, guy.
Yeah, and they're mine are tiered.
Yeah.
Also,
RG3's got an entire wall. That's impressive. All right. Real quick.
Are you shocked though? I mean, come on. We can't see what they are of, although I think I see some Grogu's because I see some green back there.
Oh, it might be I thought he had like one shelf of Hulks is what it looked like to me.
You could.
Lion McKinnon is very good at soccer. The Greenville Triumph yesterday on the road, 3-0 victory over Tormenta. By the way, Lion McKinnon on the show last week. The Rob Brown Show bump is real.
I was wondering if you were noticing that. Yeah.
The Rob Brown Show bump is real. Tyler Pollock had a very good game last night, too. Of course, the defender not going to show up on the stat sheet very often. But Lion McKinnon was on the show a week and a half ago, and dude lit up the scoreboard yesterday. Scored his third brace of the year. That's 2 goals for those of you who don't speak soccer. Phenomenal game. First clear scoring chance came from the boys out of South Georgia. Gunther Rankenberg, or Lonzo, as we have taken him into the supporter section, the net general.
Nice.
I have 2 things going.
Does he get it, though?
I don't know.
Okay.
But we're doing it anyway.
All right.
Myself, and there's like 5 of us that are wrestling buddies that stand in the front row. We've all, every time he makes a save, taken to doing the thing.
The Imperium thing.
Doing the thing.
What I just did counts, too, by the way.
1-1.
1-1.
It's Monday. We usually get a slip on Monday. We have also started every 5 minutes on the clock. So 5, 10, 15 through the entire game. Every time a 5-minute mark hits, it's GVL. Yeah. And we've gotten a solid chunk of this what do you call them? Fans. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, fans.
It's Monday,
those
dude.
Guys.
Yeah. Doing it with us, and it's great. Anyway, Lion McKinnon was a stud. I'm gonna tell you right now, If you have not, go watch this guy play because I'm calling the shot. He's not going to be a USL League One player forever. Like, he is not going to be a USL League One guy for a very long time. He's too good. We are lucky to have that cat in Greenville. So congrats to the Triumph for getting back to their winning ways. Last night, I watched maybe the best hockey game I've seen in person in a very long time, as the Greenville Swamp Rabbits unfortunately fall in a sudden death. Sudden death overtime hockey might be the best thing in sports, and I mean that.
By the way, people on the stream want to know about your shirt. It just happens to be a Swamp Rabbits shirt. It's
playoff merch,
dude. It's a wicked shirt. It really
shirt.
is.
Playoff merch, baby. It's the best. And you know what else I appreciate more than that out of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits? It's not just that they are your ECHL South Division champions. It's not just that they are holding these series at home. It's not just that every series down to the bitter end will be hosted by GVL. Yeah. It's that they rolled out the playoff merch. Some very dope logos on some shirts. Lonzo, they also put this logo on a hoodie, so you can go ahead and get yourself set up for the cold weather. But more importantly than that, not only did they roll out the new t-shirts and hoodies for the playoffs, they gave us hats, and the hats matched the shirts. You know how much I appreciate that? You know how many teams fail to put out matching shirt, hat, merch, even if it does according to the stream? If you want to watch the stream, facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, the Fan Upstate, or the Rob Brown Show on YouTube and the Rob Brown Show on Twitch. Even if it does make me look like, and I quote, the heel version of John Cena with the matching shirt and hat, I'm just missing the jorts. The fact that a team...
They didn't know that.
I'm pretty close. I did wear the blue jeans. The fact that they gave us a matching shirt hat combo is appreciated beyond belief. Do you know how many teams, they roll out great hats, they roll out great shirts, but they don't roll out a great hat shirt combo? So you got to pick one direct. I'm a hat guy. If you've watched any of my live streams from the Bro Cave at the Casa de Love, you're aware of this. You see the hats lining the back wall. Here's the fun fact about the Rob Brown Show Bro Cave. The hats line all four walls of that room. The entire room has hats in a lot. I'm a hat guy. It drives me nuts how infrequently teams put out a good hat shirt combo. And the Bits did it, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it immensely. Now, there's one more thing I would appreciate, which is go win the damn Kelly Cup. Bring some hardware back. It's been 2 years since we had a pro sports championship here. That's not true. The Drive did it last year. I lied.
Have you seen a Kelly Cup before? Is it kind of like the Stanley Cup?
It's not as tall.
Does it are things done with it like what's done with the Stanley Cup?
I'm
just wondering if we're going to get some pictures after the Swamp Rabbits win this thing of you chugging something out of the Kelly Cup.
I want you to know. So for those of you that don't know, as one of the 36 jobs that Lonzo claims that I have, and he's not far off. One of them is I am the in-arena announcer, the in-arena host for the Swamp Rabbits. I'm just the hype guy. I'm the Flava Flav of Greenville is what I am, and I'm good with it. We were talking last night, and I said, I don't know what it's going to take. I don't know if it's going to take like a really good convincing argument for me or if it's going to take theft. If the Bits get a championship, I'm getting a ring. Okay? I'm getting a ring. But I might be willing to trade that ring, great one, for one day with the Kelly Cup, right? I will Stanley Cup treatment it. It'll be on the show with me. It'll be at multiple bars around the upstate, and I will drink a variety of liquids out of it. I can't wait. But the Bits are in a hole. The Bits are in a hole because they dropped one in sudden death OT last night to the Orlando Solar Bears. Phenomenal game. 75 minutes of A-class hockey. and they blinked. It happens. It's playoff hockey. It's my favorite thing about playoff. I've said this before. I think playoff hockey is the second best postseason in sports. And you can pick your level. We'll say NHL, but I think that extends downwards. I think playoff hockey is the second best postseason in sports. You know what the best postseason in sports is? College baseball. College baseball has the best postseason in sports. Hockey's number 2. And that was on full display last night with the Solar Bears getting it done. A 1-0 win over the Greenville Swamp Rabbits in one of the better hockey games that I have seen in person, maybe all time. If you weren't there, come out tonight, man. It's gonna be spectacular. Gonna be spectacular. All right, let's take a break. When we come back here in just a moment from right now, John Blau covers Clemson athletics for the Post and Courier. We will ask him that question. Which Clemson players does he believe are likely to have their name called during the NFL draft this weekend? We will talk a little baseball because Clemson had a couple of spots where they accidentally pumped the brakes. Did they get back to the right side of the win column this weekend? All that and more with John Blau of the Post and Courier next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to step away for just a minute while we get John Blau lined up. We will return very briefly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate, Rob and Lonzo, and pleased to be joined now, as we are at this time every Monday morning. He covers Clemson athletics for the Post and Courier. He is John Blau, joining us now on the program. John, happy Monday, big dog. How we doing?
I'm doing good. How are you, Rob?
Real good, man. Real good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. As always, big dog. I want to get into this. We were talking a little bit of NFL draft earlier in the show. Wanted to get your thoughts. Which Clemson Tigers, if any, that have entered the draft, do you expect that we will hear their name called this year? Because I was looking through the list of players, and it's a little thin on the offensive line. There are some guys that had the option that decided to stay back and play, and I think that's good news. But are there any guys that you think we might hear their name called during the draft this weekend?
Oh, yeah, about a half dozen guys. I mean, obviously, Nate Wiggins at corner is projected as a first-round pick or early second. I think you'll hear his name first. Rook Ororo at defensive tackle. He's a guy that's got all the measurables that NFL teams love. Everybody's been talking about him as a potential day 2 pick. Then you go down the board, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., the linebacker, obviously incredibly productive during his Clemson career. Just the questions about measurables and how he actually fits in the NFL are there. So probably more like a 3rd-round pick. And then Will Shipley, Xavier Thomas, Tyler Davis, all those guys have a chance to be picked in the later rounds. I think Xavier Thomas in particular has had some really good workouts, showed he's got a lot of speed off that edge. So I think he's kind of solidified himself as a guy that's in the draft. Tyler Davis, incredibly technically sound. Will Shipley, obviously productive. Ran that 4.39 40 at his pro day at Clemson. So I think all those guys got a chance to be drafted. So it should be a somewhat, active year for Clemson guys. Definitely better than a couple years ago when it was really thin.
What do you think about Will Shipley at the next level? Like, obviously, the thing that I think he brings the most to the table is the intangible of just being a gut out every run kind of runner. I was at that game 2 seasons ago when Florida State came to town, and to me, Shipley put that team on his back and carried them over the finish line to a win. 5'11", 206. He's kind of built like Christian McCaffrey. Not saying that's the skill type he's going to be in. What kind of offense do you think he could fit in at the next level?
Yeah, do not give me the Christian McCaffrey comparison. I hate that comparison. but he is a very good running back. They're different runners. Like Christian McCaffrey is just an alien in terms of the way he can stop and start and just the absolute athlete he is. But Will Shipley is great, at just accelerating towards the hole, finding the cut back lane, and just a gritty runner. He's more gritty than explosive, I would say, even just in terms of like he's gonna hit the hole, he's gonna hit a defender at 3 yards out, and he's gonna churn out 4 or 5 just because he just plays with so much intensity. He obviously is great in terms of his versatility, catching the ball. He's got great hands. And so he's a guy that I think at the next level, and obviously with running back, it's always, fit in terms of the team. If he's behind a really good offensive line, I think Shipley, as much as any running back in college football or any guy, most of the guys in the NFL can pick up yards and be a very productive back. It's just all about fit. And yeah, he gets compared a lot to Christian McCaffrey because, Christian McCaffrey was with the Panthers when he was coming up in North Carolina. They both can catch the ball. I think there's other reasons why that comparison happens, which I don't like. But I definitely think Will Shipley is a guy that has the talent to be an NFL running back. It's just about, again, finding the right team, a team that values you. And the running back position is just, it's notorious now in terms of NFL teams just not prioritizing it because they feel like they can just find so many. And but I think Shipley is for sure one of those that they can take and can give them good carries for as many years as he can kind of carve out that niche.
Couple more guys I want to ask you that, and we'll shift the conversation over to baseball. John Blau from the Post and Courier covers Clemson athletics here on the Rob Brown Show every Monday at 8:40. One of them is Tyler Davis, a 300-pound defensive tackle who at 300 pounds in the NFL, like 300 is almost a little bit undersized. can this guy translate to the next level as a defensive tackle? Do you think he's more of like a 4-3 guy that would be kind of a secondary tackle? Where do you think he fits in?
Yeah, I think he's more of a 4-3 defensive tackle, gap penetrating type guy. I mean, he's a guy that when you watch the tape, he does a lot of things that don't necessarily, like when you're watching the game, he's not in the backfield every single play for a tackle for loss. Not a big overpowering guy, but he does everything right in terms of being in the right spot, eating up blockers so his linebackers can get behind him and make a play. In terms of his IQ, like I just remember a play a couple years ago against Wake Forest where A.T. Perry, the wide receiver, takes a wide receiver screen. I mean, Tyler sees it immediately and he just hustles. I mean, just busts it for about 30 yards and actually closes the gap with a wide receiver, a guy he should not be running with, and almost makes the play. I mean, it was an incredible piece of tape, and he's on there. The Clemson coaches and the staffers there will tell you that Tyler Davis is on their hustle tape every single week, just because he plays absolutely with 100% energy, effort, and just amazing technique, though, too. Just a very smart player who knows how to play the game. So NFL teams are going to watch the film. They're going to see how technically sound he is. He might not be, again, first, second, third, maybe even fourth round pick, but somebody's going to fall in love with him. They're going to take him maybe in the fourth or the fifth or the sixth round, and he might play in the NFL for a really long time. So I think Tyler Davis has got a real shot to be a pro player.
One more guy in specific I want to ask about. This dude is both a friend of the show. We have had him on before. I love my conversation with him, but I also loved him at the position he played in. And I think he's probably a prospect pick, but I think he's got potential to develop well, and that's Will Putnam at the center spot. 6'4", just a few pounds over 300, might need to gain some LBs to anchor a line, but he feels to me like a guy who could be a very good prospect at the next level.
Yeah, and absolutely has versatility. I mean, obviously played guard the first couple of years at Clemson, shifted to center. It took a little bit, obviously, to transition to figure out that position. It seemed like he really did as a senior, though. And I think he dropped some weight for his pro day. I mean, I think he's playing more around 320 pounds. He's closer to 300 now. An offensive line, obviously in the NFL, different teams have different preferences in terms of how big they want you to be, how athletic they want you to be, whether it's zone blocking or man blocking and stuff like that. I think Will Putnam can play both styles. And so, yeah, he's been a very, very good player at Clemson. I could absolutely see him either getting a late round selection or definitely being in a camp and making a team as an undrafted. Has all the intangibles. I know you talked about having him on your show, but a guy whose dad is a special forces soldier. He grew up as like in garage gyms doing all kinds of crazy exercises. His dad had him going up and down the driveway with concrete in buckets, up and down. Just a tough guy, and so a guy that absolutely NFL teams will love from an intangible standpoint. And I think he can play the game too.
Let's switch the conversation over to baseball here for a few minutes with John Blau. He reports on the Clemson Tigers for the Post and Courier. Joins us every Monday at 8:40. This series against Pittsburgh this weekend, Clemson took the first one, trailed 4-0, came back to win 6-4, but then dropped both games of a doubleheader to lose the series to Pittsburgh 1-2. Talk to me a little bit about what went wrong on day number 2 for Clemson baseball.
Need to correct you. They actually did win one of the two. So they actually won the series. It was 2-3.
Oh, yep, you're right. Nope, I got the score backwards because I'm an idiot. John Blau, welcome to my life. It's Monday. I've been up since 3 a.m.
It's okay. I forgive you. But yeah, so it was, though, a little, I guess, alarming that they got behind in the first game to Pittsburgh. This is a team that was 4-14 in ACC play. To get behind and to lose the second game the way they did, that is a little concerning. But again, they've kind of been in a little bit of dip here, a little bit of a dip. Clemson baseball, they started off absolutely hot, 28-3. You just can't sustain that for an entire college baseball season. So in a way, it's better to have the slump in the middle of the season than the end. They do have some injury issues they have to overcome. Will Taylor has a fractured wrist. He's going to be out for about a month. So they were without him for this series. Tristan Smith came back from an ankle injury at pitcher, but he just wasn't quite right yet. He's still kind of settling in to things. And so that wasn't, that didn't really help. That kind of helped. That kind of put them a little bit in a hole. They had an error out in left field, though, that kind of messed things up for him, too. So, just, getting the pieces to kind of fit together, shifting some of them around because all the injuries. Andrew Chufo, the shortstop's out now. That's part of it. Getting the pitching settled back in with Tristan Smith. Once you do, you feel like you have a really good rotation with him and Darden and Aiden Canuck. And the hitting just isn't quite to the level it was before. But again, it's baseball. You're going to have periods of the season where you're not playing as well as you were before. And again, better to be kind of slumping a little bit in the middle of the season than the very end when you want to get hot for the postseason.
Looking up at the wins and losses as of late, it feels like every time there's a W in the column, you're looking at 7, 8, 9+ runs. And more often than not, when you look at L's, it's accompanied by a 0 or a 1 or a 2. Can you put your finger on if this offense is up and down the way the score lines indicate? And if so, what might be triggering that?
Yeah, some of their better players, just again, Will Taylor, obviously, out for a while. That hurts. But Cam Canarella obviously started the season absolutely red hot. He's been a little up and down over the last couple of weeks. Obviously, that's their best player, the leadoff hitter. Whether he's batting to the level he can, affects things. Some of the guys down the lineup, Jacob Hinderleiter's had some ups and downs. He's been, again, the guy that's kind of shifted to shortstop because Andrew Chupo's not there. I think he's had a lot on his plate. He's trying to kind of get into the swing of things there. So there's just, situations where they're just kind of not, getting all of their guys hitting at the same time. It also, for some reason, I don't know why, but it's just been them all season as they just seem to get behind. They'll get behind 4-0, 5-0, won't score a run until the 6th or 7th inning, and they just explode. There's just been a couple times here lately where they just haven't really gotten going at all, or the Pittsburgh game getting behind 8-0, and then it's like the 8th and 9th they get 4 runs, and they just didn't get hot soon enough. So it's something about early in games, they're just not always getting started as quickly as they need to. Some of it's, again, just a couple of hitters here and there, not really kind of playing to the level that they could potentially play to. But they're still scoring runs in most games, winning most games. You just got to get more consistent with it.
John Blau covers Clemson athletics for the Post and Courier. He joins us every Monday at 8:40 in the morning. John, I appreciate it, big dog. We will talk to you next week, man. Thank you very much as always.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Rob.
You got it. John Blau, Post and Courier. You can follow him on Twitter at John, JON_Blau, BLAU, John_Blau on Twitter. We got to run to a break. When we come back, it is the final hour of a Monday morning, and we got plenty more we got to get to. We got some NASCAR as the boys spun circles at Talladega yesterday. We'll talk a little Atlanta Braves. They take 2 out of 3 against the reigning, defending, undisputed World Series champs. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're lucky, I may or may not be willing to treat you to the conversation you've all been waiting for, a little Stanley Cup playoff hockey.
I have a quick question since John Blau was just on. Will Shipley, would you be okay with having him as a Saint?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would, and I'll tell you why. Because as much as I don't like it, as much as it bothers me, Alvin Kamara is slowing down, right? Like, he's been plagued by injuries the last couple of seasons. He doesn't seem to have that same explosiveness that he used to have. You remember for a while there, and Panther fans will remember, there was a period of time where it felt like Alvin Kamara was good for a 20, 25-yard run every single game, and those just aren't happening. Now, I'm really kind of hoping that's just because Dennis Allen and Pete Carmichael sucked at their jobs, but I gotta live with the possibility that it might just be because of the fact that he's got some years under his belt at this point. He is 28, so he is closer to that 30-year of age shelf that pretty much all running backs go on. I'm not saying Shipley would take over and replace Alvin Kamara. He'd be a nice way to give him a rest, give him a spell here and there. What just happened that you just lost your mind about?
Is something that Diesel did, and it's on X.
Just making sure.
And he's responded to something that someone was talking about Danielson, obviously talking about Brian Danielson, and because he hates wrestling, and I just don't know if this was intentional or not.
That's a good tweet.
That's
good tweet.
Yeah, but is that intentional? I mean, if he knew it was a wrestling thing that he never would have responded. He wouldn't have. That's what makes it funny to me, because he hates wrestling with all his being. If he realized who this guy was talking about,
I feel like I can win him over.
He never would have did that. That makes it funnier.
You're not wrong.
I know it's inside, but it's not really. His disdain for wrestling is well known. So,
all right, that's funny, ladies and gentlemen. Take off your comedy caps. Put on your very serious caps, because the Dan Rather of Sports Flashes is here. It's the great one, Lonzo.
Courage. Lamont Paris has added a big name, literally former 4-star recruit and 7 foot tall, and you can't teach that. Jordan Butler announced yesterday he'll be a Gamecock next year. Butler played for Christchurch and returns home after 1 year at Mizzou. The big man played 31 games with 14 starts for the Tigers. The Braves' 6-game win streak came to an end last night as the Rangers knocked off Atlanta 6-4. Darius Vines was credited for the loss after giving up 7 hits and 2 home runs in 5 innings. Designated hitter Marcell Ozuna hit his MLB-leading 9th homer of the year. Join Wire to Wire this Thursday as Cole Bryson and Diesel broadcast live from Dave & Buster's in Greenville. Come out and hang with the guys as they get you ready for the first round of the NFL Draft, 3 to 7 p.m. this Thursday. It's live. It's on location. And you know what? It's Wire to Wire. I nailed that one. Yeah. As Meatloaf said, 1 out of 3 ain't bad. I know that ain't what he said. That's what he meant, though.
Unique and unlike any other sports talk show. It's BetMGM tonight, Monday through Friday from 7 to 11.
Happy NFL Draft Week indeed. All right, what do we want to talk about next, Greenville?
Or Spartanburg, or
Any
know,
of the amazing
all the other
upstairs.
places that are listening. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why you're being so biased about just Greenville.
That's a phenomenal 30.
Well, I don't know if you knew this or not, Rob, but I am an
You're very
award-winning
good at this.
producer. As you know,
You may have mentioned it.
I may not.
I also may have been there for a couple of them.
I am pretty much mid in everything else. But when you're really good at one thing, at least you're really good at one thing. Prize Picks, first break.
10-4. I have given it, and I'm very, very not okay, Thomas. Very not okay. I hope your son wasn't as down in the dumps as I was last night.
Hey, Big Daddy, how you doing?
Real good, Corey LaJoy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The final hour of the Rob Brown Radio program starts right now. Great to have you. Welcome in. Happy Monday, my dudes and dudettes. 4 hours of sports talk entertainment rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. I've got a couple of little things that I want to get to here on the show. Let's start with this. Earlier we talked about I am wearing today, modeling, if you will, the Greenville Swamp Rabbits playoff gear. It's very good. They went with black and white, big fan, and they did us the service of coming up with a matching shirt and hat, which obviously suckered me right in. I'm a big fan. And we got a text that said hats are an item of clothing that do not need to match the other items of clothing. And I will say this. You are not wrong.
They've got to match at least one thing.
Okay,
I mean,
rephrase that.
Maybe your shoes. Maybe you don't want to wear a different color that doesn't mesh well, right? I mean,
let's rephrase that a little bit. I'm not saying they need to be like the same scheme, right? Like I've got the black and white Swamp Rabbit shirt goes with the black white Swamp Rabbit hat. It's got the same font. It's got the same, like it's a matched combo. It does not need to be.
This is one of the few things he's worn that I've been jealous about
It's
because
a good look.
it's a very nice shirt and hat combo.
It doesn't need to be matching in terms of it is a combo. But I will say you got to match it like the color scheme at least, right? Like don't wear an orange hat with a red shirt. Don't wear a bright yellow hat with a, orange shirt. I'm not picking on the color orange. It's just, it's very limited on what it goes with.
Nothing goes with it. And purple doesn't either. I know you guys think it does.
I'm a big purple
really.
guy. All right.
Yeah.
I'm a big purple.
Yeah, but purple and orange now. No.
For the record, as a fan of the Florida sunset, orange and purple absolutely go together. It is the best orange color scheme.
So we're talking about the actual sunset, not a team.
I'm talking about the color scheme of it.
Okay, well, it could have been the Florida Sunset could be a minor league baseball team. I don't know. That's why
Yes, I'm
I
talking
need some
about
clarification.
the actual
Okay,
sunset.
all right.
The color scheme of the actual sunset is good. I will even go so far as to say the orange and purple is a better color scheme than orange and blue. Sorry, it just is. Orange and purple is a better look than orange and blue. What I'm saying.
No. Orange in anything's bad. I mean, you can compare bad to bad, and maybe there are different degrees of bad, but it's like Your dude talking about suck last week. It's the same sort of thing.
Wait for it. Hang on, wait for it.
No, I thought it generally sucked. I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck.
Yeah, suck is just suck. I mean,
It's a great clip. It's so good. I need to work that in more.
He's the man of the people.
What is this one? I don't remember what this one is.
That's why you're hanging with chicks
Oh,
all
yeah,
night
that's right.
long.
Forgot about old Mr. West.
how could you forget that?
You're a winner, man. You're the real deal. You're picking up chicks. You take the L away. You put a W there, baby.
Forgot about those. Good clips. No, I will go with the orange and purple is good. It is better than the orange and blue. And I'm fine if you go orange hat, purple shirt, purple hat, orange shirt. That's all well and good. I'm saying it doesn't have to be a combo hat shirt.
All right. Tracy on the stream says orange and black is good. Flyers.
Orange and black is
okay.
good.
Okay. I would give you that. Orange and purple, no. Orange and blue, But orange and black, it looks all right.
Orange and black is good. Orange and white is good.
Eh.
Tennessee's look very, very good. But Tennessee's all blacks are the best orange inclusive uniform out there.
Almost any team's all blacks are the sweetest.
That's also true. I'm a big all black jersey guy. Big all black jersey.
It's like it was Detroit last week came out with theirs and they look wicked.
So I found the story about this. Detroit hasn't worn black unis since like the 70s or something like that. And the only reason they broke them out this year was because apparently Dan Campbell wanted to break them out last year, and the team said no unless you go win us a division title, in which case we'll let you have your all blacks next year. And apparently that was a big motivating factor for the Lions last year, was to get back to the black unis, which I love. And to go black with the Honolulu blue is a good vibe.
So it looks a little bit like the Panthers colors. I just got to say.
Now,
but
the Panthers are more of a teal blue. Theirs is like a not quite royal blue, but deeper blue. And I like it. They said didn't pair it with orange. Orange and blue, not great. Orange and purple, good. Orange and black, the best orange. That's it. I think Clemson needs an all black with an orange inclusive to it. That'd be a good look. All right. So point here is, yes, you do need to match.
I think you're pandering with the Clemson thing, but
I'm really not.
I'm doing the opposite of pandering.
That is also true. Even if I was,
whatever that is.
All right. Second thing. Texas said orange and purple is what comes out of my after a night of intense drinking. You need to see a doctor, bud.
Probably like some burritos and some, hot sauce too.
Yeah, you need to see. You need to see a healthcare professional for that, like immediately, because that's not natural. Texas said, "Look, Alonzo, your team is named after a berry. You caught the A in Alonzo.
Which team is named after a berry?
The Bucknuts.
It's not a berry. It's a nut. Nuts and berries are different. They really are.
Let's see.
It's a poison nut.
Make
really good ammo if you want to throw it at some punk kid who's been picking on your sister. Just throwing that out there.
Dramatic. I like it. Isn't the Buckeye technically the tree? Like, isn't that the tree?
No. I mean, of course, a Buckeye is on a Buckeye tree, but it's about the Buckeye.
It's also called the horse chestnut.
There you go.
And now forever and always, I'm very sorry, Alonzo, but they are now the Ohio State horse chestnuts.
I'm not offended by that. I'm not.
Let's go horse chestnuts.
Because you're not going to remember. So I'm good.
You think that's of all the things I've forgotten, of which there's plenty, you think I'm not going to remember horse chestnuts?
The only way you remember is our listeners who do have a good memory will remind you when football season rolls around.
Hey, listeners who have a good memory, remind me when football season rolls around.
I have no problem with and your new national champion, the Ohio State horse chestnuts. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with it.
Texter said, if you never go to the doctor, you don't have to worry about the bad news he's going to give you. Big brain move.
That's a good point, but if you need to go, you probably should.
Dude, if you are orange and purple, yeah, you do.
Or you might be like a 6-month-old baby.
Dude, there's not a worse thing on earth.
Strain
than
carrots,
baby
man.
poop.
It's
It's just the worst.
Especially when it's rainbow, because you're trying to figure out how did that happen. But anyway,
I got negative interest.
consistency of Play-Doh. And,
Okay. All right. Sports. I am Team Ray right now. That's where I am on all of this. I am now Team Ray. All right. We talked about the
I had a dead joke in there, but I just couldn't. Yeah.
we talked about the NBA playoffs earlier on in the radio broadcast. Let's get back to that for. Oh, you know what? I take it back. We only got a couple of minutes left in this segment. Let me do this. The Schwab passed away over the weekend. Howie the Schwab. By the way, you understand how BA you got to be to have your last name become your nickname?
Agreed.
Like they didn't just call him Schwab. He was the Schwab. A longtime lead producer for ESPN, coordinating producer for ESPN studio production, including headline shows, SportsCenter, and OTL. But most importantly, call it what you want to call it. Lonzo Stump the Schwab was one of the greatest television shows that's ever been on TV. It was incredible.
You know, I'm not going to speak ill of the dead, but it's very good if you're a stat nerd.
Call me what you want to call me.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. You're into what you're into. It's amazing the knowledge that guy had, though.
It was frankly, legitimately unbelievable. It was too tough to be believed. The knowledge, the random stuff that the Schwab carried around. I will also say, back in the heyday, when my colleague Mark Ryan and I worked together down in the Florida Panhandle. This was like 2007 to like 2010, something like that. When we worked down there together, Howie Schwab was a frequent guest on our show together. We used to have the Schwab on all the time.
I saw that Mark had mentioned it. He didn't mention your name. So, but that's cool.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
I'm an and/or, you know,
yeah,
or a with and. That's what it is.
A with or and.
Yeah, I was a with or and back in the day.
Before you made it.
Before I made it. Before I got big time. We had Howie Schwab on the show many times, and the dude was the best at the time, because Rob Brown is not great at one thing. He's really good at many things. Not only was I co-host of that show, I was also executive producer of that show, which means I was calling guests and lining them up. And Howie was a phenomenal dude. I got in trouble with Howie Schwab many times because you get into these conversations with the guy. And you could, like, you know that game 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon?
6 degrees of separation from, yeah.
You know that Kevin Bacon game where the goal is you say any famous person and then they can be connected to Kevin Bacon in 6 steps. Howie Schwab could do that with like any 2 athletes you wanted. And there was a point where before we would put him on the air, I would play that game off the air with Howie Schwab. I would just pick 2 random athletes. I'd be like, all right, Chipper Jones and Mario Lemieux. And he'd go, okay, Chipper Jones played on the 96 Braves with so-and-so. So-and-so went to high school with this guy. This guy married that girl. That girl is brothers with this guy. That guy played for whoever back in 1964 with Mario Lemieux's dad. And then Mario Lemieux's dad is Mario Lemieux's dad. And there you go. There's your connection. Like, it was unfreaking real. This dude's brain just worked he was a superhero when it came to having this stuff memorized. It was beyond unbelievable. Beyond unbelievable the way this guy's brain operated. And to have that level of responsibility, to have that level of production, to have that level of talent, and still be that nice of a guy is just, it was unreal. There was nothing like getting home from school in the early 2000s, popping on the television. And again, I was in my teens when Stump the Schwab was on TV. But there was nothing like popping on Stump the Schwab and watching some rando dude try to go toe-to-toe with the biggest brain in the history of sports. And Schwab decimated everybody. I don't know that anybody ever won a game against Howie Schwab. Stump the Schwab was an all-time show. An absolute all-time show. And I will say that the dude never said no to an interview. He never didn't go on, and the guy loved talking sports. Okay, I didn't necessarily know Howie Schwab personally. Like I couldn't call him and talk to him. What I can say is I spent a couple of years sharing a day every 2 weeks on the air with Howie Schwab, and the dude was never anything but an absolute bro. And put on legitimately one of the great all-time television shows. Spectacular guy, spectacular talent. All right, let's run to a break. Texter said the Bucknut is a member of the Soapberry family. Thank you for the...
He's just going to automatically believe that.
Lesson.
He's going to automatically believe that and without looking it up.
Soapberry family. I type faster than that. Soap berries are a fruit. If the bucknut turns out to be a fruit, I'm going to lose my mind. You know that, right? Is a Buckeye a fruit?
Music is playing. I don't know if you heard it or not. You know.
All right, fine. When we come back, we will all find out together if the Buckeye's a fruit, because it'll be the funniest thing that's ever happened on this show. Lonzo, Rob, and you. The Rob Brown Show rolls on next. It is the Fan Upstate.
Prize Picks.
All right, guys, quick live read. We're coming right back. Y'all stay right there. BRB. show continues right here on the Fan Upstate. Ladies and gentlemen, Robin Lonzo with you on the show. I forgot to look at the bucknuts of fruit. Let's see. According to our AI answer of the day, yes, the Buckeye tree produces fruit in late summer and early fall. The fruit is a round capsule that is 1 to 2 inches in diameter and contains one nut-like seed that is 3/4 to 1 1/4 inches in diameter. The seeds are brown with a whitish basal scar and are inedible. The nut gives the tree its name because it is dark brown with a light spot resembling the shape and color of a deer's eye.
Wait. All right. First it says the fruit. Now it says the nut gives the tree. So is it a fruit or is it a nut?
So it apparently is a nut that grows inside of a fruit. I'm very confused here.
Thank you for all that.
It did not help me at all. Let's see. Ohio.gov says the Buckeye tree is native to North America. In late summer and early fall, the trees bear a fruit that contain a large nut.
So it's a nut inside of a fruit.
It's a nut. It's both.
Yeah, it's just okay.
It's both things.
All right.
It's both things simultaneously. The world is complicated. I don't know how to.
I believe it identifies as a nut. So that's what we're going to go with.
I believe you identify it as a nut.
As does
Ohio.gov.
Well, most people think it's a nut, and I'm going to say most people. I'm going to say that when it comes to that.
All right, so
including everyone who hates Ohio State refers to it as a poison nut.
Yeah, we learned something. We learned something new today. How about that?
No, Tommy, you cannot eat Buckeyes unless you eat the chocolate peanut butter ones, which are excellent.
The nut inside of a fruit university.
There we go.
All right. Let's get back to the NBA playoffs here for just a minute. Games won across the board in the books, and it was. And I can't say this definitively because I have a crap memory. Ask anyone who knows me. But I would say overall, the worst round of game ones that I can remember. There was one competitive game out of all 8 of them. There was one competitive game.
I guess if you look at how tournaments are set up, that's kind of how it's supposed to be. When one is playing 8, and the 4 or 5 matchup should be a close one, I suppose.
Yeah, listen, I'm not saying there needed to be like fistfuls of upsets for me to be excited. What I'm saying is, though, there was one competitive game. Boston beat the hell out of Miami. The Clippers beat the hell out of the Mavs. The Bucks beat the hell out of the Pacers. The Cavs beat the hell out of the Magic. The Timberwolves beat the hell out of the Suns. The Knicks beat the hell out of the 76ers. The Nuggets, they didn't beat the hell out of the Lakers, but they don't beat the hell out of it. That's not their game. Their game is to just rope-a-dope you until you're tired and then bore you to death with enough points to win. But they dominated the Lakers. There was one competitive game, and it was last night between the Pelicans and the Thunder. And by the way, that was supposed to be the one game that wasn't a game, remember? That was supposed to be the one game out of the first round that Chuck Barkley, who is my guy, I love me some Chuck.
You're just a loser or a jackass. You can be A or B.
That's the way he's like, ain't no chance. Ain't no chance. Not only was there a chance, the Pelicans should have won that game. Willie Green in the last 5 minutes of that game was embarrassing. And yet the Pelicans still should have won that game. Here's the thing, Lonzo. I don't actually know what my complaint is about this. Like, I'm upset about it. And I guess it's from the perspective of like, entertain me, professional basketball
I think
players.
it comes down to is you didn't expect them to be there, and there they are. So now you're trying to figure out how to feel about it.
No, I'm not talking about the Pelicans. I'm talking about all the game ones.
Oh, okay. All right.
There was one good game. I'm excited that my team gave the 1 seed a good game because here's my thought. You steal, big if, capital I if, you steal game 2. You take this thing back to New Orleans with a 1-1 tie. The teams that played last night, the Pelicans can win 2 at home against that team, right? So to me, there's the same chance if the Pelicans steal game 2 and they take this thing back to the Crescent City Square at 1-up. There's the same chance the Pelicans come back to Oklahoma City 3-1 with an elimination on the line as there is going down there, splitting 1-1 there and coming back to Oklahoma City tied at 2 apiece. Or if you lose game 2, ended up facing elimination the next time you're in Oklahoma City. So I don't know, man. Like, I don't see a sweep happening. I think the Birds steal one. But my problem here is there were 8 first-round games over the weekend. 7 of them were, I don't want to use the word boring because we got some incredible individual performances. Jalen Brunson was very good. There were some great team performances. Denver does what Denver does. The Timberwolves look like they should have been the 1 seed after the way that they tore Phoenix apart. Dame Lillard looked like the guy that they paid to bring to Milwaukee. Like, there were some very good performances, which if you are a basketball fan, I think you are in love with the individual performances, a couple of team performances. But overall, I had a lot going on this weekend. I DVR'd every game. I watched a bunch of them live. I DVR'd the ones I didn't.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't watch the Lakers game tonight because it don't start till 10. So, yeah.
And you know I'm going to.
The other 2 games start at 7, one of which is on NBA TV. Woo.
You know I'm going to. I'm going to stay up. I'm going to watch that game.
Which last I checked on Dish is not in HD. It's weird.
Really?
Maybe it's improved. I haven't watched a game on NBA TV in a while, but last time I seem to remember it was in standard def.
You got what do we got? We got 3 games tonight. We've got Orlando at Cleveland at 7, Philly at New York at 7:30, Lakers at Nuggets at 10. Lakers Nuggets is on TNT, by the way. Orlando Cleveland is on NBA TV. And
no respect for Cleveland.
None. Or Orlando, for the record. And I'm going to go with, as far as Orlando goes, I'm going to go with no respect for Orlando for the exact reason that I love them. And that is, it's a team that does not have a superstar. They don't have a superstar. Donovan Mitchell is, between these 2 teams, the closest that either one of them have to a superstar. I think Paolo Banchero is going to be one. Closest they got to a star. But I do not know why it upsets me as much as it does that the first game matchups, not round, because it's still, I think there's still a couple of series out there, but that the first games in the first series, 7 out of 8 were boring ass games from the standpoint of a competition. There was no competition in 7 out of 8 games. So who's the team that bounces back? Who's the team that gets right before we start running through our games, game 2s? All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up the show next. It's Rob and Alonzo. It's you. It's the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate. Jared Allen disrespect. Hey, I can say that Jared Allen is not my least favorite Allen in the league. Because Grayson can catch these hands.
Grayson's rich. He doesn't care what you
No,
think
he does
about
not
him.
care at all.
Since we're having log on problems, apparently, if I go into the office and I can't log on to my computer, I'm going to log myself home. Hope that's not the case. I got work to do.
Tyler from Wendy's here. The best part of Wendy's new Cinnabon pull apart is every part. Unlike mornings, which have no good parts until now. Because with Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon pull apart, mornings finally don't come.
Justin Jefferson hit the crossbar from midfield. Good job.
Speaking of heels, yup. Xavier Legette said, quote, I've met with the Panthers 4 or 5 times. They keep telling me that if I'm sitting at 33, they're going to take me.
Except he didn't sound like what you sounded like when you just said.
I've been meeting with the Panthers 4 or 5 times. That'd be great, man.
Can't wait to be a Panther.
Get the one and done you want for your dog's monthly protection. NexGard Plus, a Foxalon or Moxidectin and Pyrantel chewable tablets. Protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. All in one.
How'd he do, James? Did he throw a good pitch?
He threw a heater down the middle.
Oh, yeah.
I saw it. He threw a rocket. Final segment of the Rob Brown Radio program starts right now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Alonzo with you. We talked a little bit earlier in the show about the Carolina Panthers draft plans for Thursday. This is very interesting.
Wait. The draft's this Thursday?
It sure is.
I heard there's a thing going on Thursday that people could go to.
There sure is. I'm ever so glad that you brought that up. Great one. This Thursday evening, Dave and Buster's right here in the GVL. Yeah. Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson will be live from 3 to 7 p.m. at Dave and Buster's in the GVL. I will be there. Lonzo, I need your help in peer pressuring him to be there. And we will be giving you up till the first pick coverage of the NFL draft. I'll be going to hang out, sit in on the show, probably play like a lot of video games. It's going to be a great day. So if you don't have plans, plan on being there. If you do have plans, cancel them and plan on being there. Dave and Buster's this Thursday, this Thursday, wire to wire. I will be there at Dave & Buster's. Very much looking forward to it. Going to be a great time. And, of course, we'll obviously be talking Carolina Panthers because while they do not have a pick in the first round, they do have the first pick of the second round. Who might they go with, you ask? Well, if you ask Xavier Legette, the answer is Xavier Legette. And why would it? Why would it not work? You got to be kidding me, dude. You gotta be kidding.
Let's say it's up over here. It's not. That wasn't me.
Okay. YOLO.
Career years for Baker Mayfield, for Mike Evans. What are your early impressions of the Panthers offense and that scheme that they're going to be able to hopefully, a rising tide lifts all ships. And I think that's the hope there when you bring in an offensive mind like Canales. What are your impressions of him as a coach and that scheme?
Oh, man. Well, I've seen the things that he did with Mike Evans. And then I know what he told me when I came up on my top 30 visit, right? He told me that he's going to use me just as much as he used him. I don't have a problem with that. As long as I can get that ball in my hands, I'm okay with it.
That's awesome. Career years.
I love this dude.
Here's the thing.
I love this
the
dude
interviewer
so damn much.
That'll be great, man.
the interviewer had no idea what he said. He had no idea. He got done and he's like asking producers and stuff. What did he say? I don't know what he said.
Man.
I got accused of Pickens accent. That's the accent that Xavier Legette has. When I first moved here, call screening, that's the one I had the most trouble with. Had to say, I'm sorry, could you say that again? Could you spell that? I mean, it's one of those because it ebbs and flows as far as volume goes. And it's hard to follow. When you started playing that, I lost it for a second and had to severely concentrate.
The interview, by the way, is John Crumpler. John Crumpler is a reporter who covers the Panthers for USA Today, covers the Texans as well. He had Xavier Legette on the show.
So what did he say? What did Legette say?
He said that he had a meeting with Dave Canellis. He said he's seen the things that Dave Canellis did with Mike Evans. He said that he was the NFL teams get a limited number of what they call top 30 visits. This is when they can actually schedule an appointment to meet with guys that are inside of their top 30 draft prospects.
It's like a recruit visiting campus.
Effectively correct. And so they get to meet with these guys, put them through interviews, talk to them about their vision, yada, yada, yada. Xavier Legette, unsurprisingly, was one of the top 30 visits for the Carolina Panthers. And Xavier Legette said that in his top 30 meeting with Dave Canellis, talked to him a little bit about how he used Mike Evans of the Buccaneers in his offensive scheme with Baker Mayfield. Of course, we all know Baker went down to Tampa Bay, had a bit of a renaissance during his time with the Bucs, earned himself a $100 million contract with Tampa Bay. And so he said that Canellis talked to him about how he did things for Mike Evans, and that during his top 30 visit, Canellis said, quote, "They're going to use me as much as they used him." I'm going to tell you two things. I don't think I could see. I'll caveat that. I could see a world in which Xavier Legette's not available at 33 because he is a Mike Evans-esque receiver. Now, I think Xavier Legette is a guy that has a couple of things that make NFL teams a little, let's say, apprehensive about him. I think there are some elements to his game that a little bit folks are a little bit concerned about. One of them, not super effective against press coverage. One of those is that the route running is more a means to an end than it is an asset. A lot of guys run a route, and the point of the route is to create a window within the route in the break that a quarterback can get to. With Xavier Legette, it's more about getting to the spot on the field. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. With route runners, with wide receivers, there's two ways that a quarterback views them. Number one is the guy is going to get open because of the route. Number two is this is the spot he will be open at, and however he gets there, that's where he's going to be. Xavier Legette's in the second group. He's not a guy that you're going to look at him run the route on the outside and you're going to read, all right, because of the way this defense is playing, the play is designed for him to get across the middle. The play is designed for him to get across the middle and to be in this spot. But the guy's playing press coverage to the inside, and I know with this guy that if he plays press coverage to the inside, X is going to break his route out to the outside. And now, even though this isn't the scheduled route, we're on the same page. I know that on a press coverage inside, he's going to get, a 7-yard slant or a 5-yard out or whatever, and that's where I'm going to hit him. With Xavier, with the press coverage on the outside, he doesn't he doesn't come out of that break anywhere but the way the route's supposed to be, and he's trying to get to the destination as opposed. He doesn't create the destination. Is that better? I feel like that's better. Xavier Legette doesn't create the destination. He gets to the destination. Now, the good news is, once he gets to the destination, he's as sure-handed as anybody in this draft.
Well,
he had 2 drops last year.
Yeah, how much of this year has to do with who was throwing them the ball?
You talking to South Carolina or at the next level?
That's South Carolina.
Maybe a little. Maybe a little.
Because he had been there for a while and he didn't break out till last year, which happens to kids as they get better and better and get older and more mature and all that stuff. But I'm a little concerned about that.
It also comes into play. Now, I was listening to the Wire to Wire Sports Flash presented by Ingles with our friend Diesel earlier, and he was talking about once again the same argument of, well, you know, if guys can transfer, the continuity goes bad, and if continuity goes bad, production goes bad, and if production goes bad, enjoyability goes down. And yeah, kinda to some degree, but at the same time, and that's true of every job, which is why the companies that do the best are the companies that go out of their way to make sure that their employees are taken care of and want to be there, as opposed to just are there and are looking for another better opportunity.
So you're believing that the Panthers, if they want Legette, will have to go back into the first round to get him?
They might. Honestly, I think they might. And I don't think that's a bad thing, because here's the thing. Do you know what kind of receiver Deontay Johnson is? He is a go-get-him wide receiver. He is a creation wide receiver. Xavier's not a creation wide receiver. Deontay Johnson is. So here's what I got if you get Xavier Legette. I got a creation X in Deontay Johnson. I got a destination Y in Xavier Legette. And I get to move Adam Thielen back into the slot.
That'll be great, man.
All right. I would love to have him, but I'm rooting for Ladd just because of how much fun that will be the entire season between you and Rashad.
Look.
And he's a good receiver. So, I mean, the team also will get better. I think either way, the team gets better.
Listen, the way, and this is for those of you that missed it, last Thursday, Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast was on the show with us, and we got into a conversation of, we both agree that whether it's for a trade up in the first round or at 33/39, the Panthers have to take a wide receiver first. Doesn't matter if it's moving up into the first round or taking your spot at 33. The Carolina Panthers have to take a wide receiver. Look at this, Lonzo. Jordan Reed's got his mock draft up there. You got 3 wide receivers off the board at 7. There's a wide receiver run coming. It's gonna. I'm confident of that now. I said
also
that earlier.
had J.J. McCarthy at 8.
Which, by the way, is lower than a lot of other mock drafts have him. A lot of mock drafts have him coming off the board at 6 or earlier. Some coming off the board at 4. Some coming off the board at 3 ahead of Drake May. No. Just so we're clear. No. But there's a wide receiver run coming. And so I think if you want Xavier Legette, really if you want anybody that's not probably Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. I'm trying to think of who else. Well, honestly, Ricky Pearsall. Here's my fear. And I know you can't make your move. I know you can't make a decision based out of fear. But my fear is if you stay at 33, and I said this back in the first hour too, if you stay at 33, I think you might have either or Keon Coleman or Ricky Pearsall available. Neither one of those guys, both of those guys good. Neither one really like throws the needle forward for me. I think Carolina's got to move up in the draft, like somewhere between 17 and 20. And by the way, I don't even know if Xavier Legette's going to be available at 20. I think he might be a shock pick in the first round of some team mid to late teens. That was real good. That was a real good transition.
Yeah, we'll find out Thursday night.
Dave & Buster's 3-7 and then question mark into the night.
Yes. The first thing that's Xing, by the way, is Deadpool and Wolverine.
I don't know how to explain to you how excited I am for this movie.
Well, the fact that you don't know means you don't know.
I don't know.
That the trailer dropped at 9 a.m.
Bye.
I've already watched it without the sound, but for that, we're definitely going to need the sound. So I know what we're doing right when we get out of here.
Yep. My obsession, and I'm going to call it that without hesitation, with the bromance between Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds. Like these two dudes are ridiculous together in real life. And as a believer that bros should uplift other bros, I am all in on this bromance. And also, the first trailer was incredible. I cannot wait for this movie.
Well, this one is you might as well call it the Wolverine trailer because it's Wolverine centric. It's
good with that
mostly Wolverine during the entire thing.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I think you've got to sell it on that. When Hugh Jackman stepped away from Wolverine, and by the way, you know, we've talked about, because the answer all the time, what actor has done the best portrayal of a superhero on screen? The answer, at least from the Marvel universe, is always Robert Downey Jr. as Tony Stark, which is a great answer. I think Hugh Jackman as Wolverine is the only guy I can think of that competes with that. So sell me on that coming back, because you killed him off in the last Old Man Wolverine movie. Give me a reason to buy into this.
Yeah, there's a multiverse of madness out there,
That's
Rob.
it.
So, I mean, you know, could be it could be alive in several different universes. All right, the next thing it's Xing is Jack Perry.
So I have not watched AEW from last night. I was watching Pelly's Thunder. I said I'm going to watch it when I get into the office. Then I realized I also have not watched SmackDown or anything else from the weekend. I have not watched it. I do know that Jack Perry made his return to All Elite Wrestling last night, and I do know that he somehow ended up winning the championship match for the Young Bucks.
Which is exactly what we speculated when we talked about it on Fight Club. So, and
we're real good at this.
We are not bad. Our picks were pretty good too, by the way. All right, the next thing is
Did you go undefeated, by the way?
I missed one.
Missed one. What did you miss?
I don't remember which one, but I missed one.
You missed one. I missed two.
Yeah, it was a good week for us. All right.
I know which one I missed too. It was Julia Hart, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. All right. The next thing it's Xing is Ozzy Osbourne.
Today is the 93rd anniversary of that time that he bit the head off of a bat.
No.
73rd anniversary of the time that he peed on the Alamo.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame people who got in was just announced, and he's one of the people who got it.
How is he not already in?
Yeah, well, I think he was in for Black Sabbath. I'm not positive, but I think he was in for Black Sabbath.
Ozzy Osbourne.
And Cher got in, and it's a bunch of people you've heard of before that you're like, why were they not in there? And then the old question is, that's not rock and roll, but you know who is? Ozzy Osbourne's rock and roll.
Ozzy Osbourne is rock and roll. You know, I've had that discussion many times, and I think I've come to the conclusion that the definition of rock and roll is hard to pin down. It's hard to pin down. Like, what is definitively rock and roll? Is it guitar driven? Is it drum? Is it vocal driven? Is it band? Is it like, it's hard. Now, there are some guys in there that I'm like, that's definitely an R&B guy. But if you get into the etymology of music, R&B and rock and roll come from the same place.
They do.
So does that count? Like, does that? It's an interesting conversation.
Finally, one last thing. Jack Nicholson is Xing.
Because he went on a tirade and cursed out the Lakers last night.
No, that comes tonight. He's 87.
Oh boy, Jack. Here's the end of the show. See what I did, John? It
wasn't bad. It was not bad.
That's it for us. Y'all have a great rest of your Monday. Greenville Swamp Rabbits at home. Game 2 of the ECHL Kelly Cup playoffs. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. Have a great Monday on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah. Boom. Nailed it. Overrated tourist trap. What is, James?
I think he's talking about the multiverse.
Oh.
Because you can
do anything?
Well, that was in another universe.
Welcome to comic books.
Yeah,
my guy.
I mean, DC does it too.
Yep.
Except they just have more other worlds. But yeah.
I was gonna say DC doesn't do multiverse, right? They do
well, there's Elseworld, and then there's just other worlds. It's another dimension, I guess. It's the same thing. Oh, the Alamo is overrated. Oh no,
you do have dimension because you got the mirror dimension. Not what's the name of the dimension they trapped Superman's bad guy in Superman 2.
Yeah, that's a Forbidden Zone though.
That's
that was
They called us something else in the movie though, didn't they?
No, it was Forbidden Zone.
Okay.
That was created by Krypton to put their criminals somewhere because they didn't believe in corporal punishment, if I recall. To tell you, I think I did. I said this on the air, but I'm gonna say it again. Henry Cavill is a Chiefs fan. I think maybe I told you that in the office. Still excited.
No,
about
you
that.
said it on the air last week.
Did I? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, so many shows. If you have the inkling, by the way, anyone who's still watching, do not drink maple syrup Pepsi. You're welcome. I even thought, okay, we'll take some bites of my food. I had it before the food got there, and nope, it does not. Had pancakes. Ate some pancakes. Tried to take a drink after the pancakes. Still, it's not. It's so bad. And I had to explain to Odie, here's the point of the taste tests. Chances are the majority of them are going to be really bad. I knew it was going to be so bad, I did not go live. And I always go live, even from the restaurant. I just had a feeling that this was a mistake, and so I did not do it.
Oh man. You know, it is very rare the weird food stuffs that come out that I won't at least try. Lonzo describing that to me this morning put that on the list for me. Like, I have done the ranch ice cream. I have done the Vegemite. There are very few things I won't try. I'll tell you one more I've never tried before. Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yeah, that doesn't, I mean, I know what it is.
Yeah.
It does not interest me.
No, I couldn't bring myself to do it. And again, I'm from Louisiana. I'll eat just about anything. I couldn't do it. My dad did. He loved them. He was like, this is one of the most delicious things I've ever eaten. I didn't have it in me.
I am
Literally
always
or
worried
metaphorically.
because I'm guilty of it, of someone saying something's good just so they get you to try it.
I may have told this story before.
Because Odie sat down, he's like, so how is it? And me and Cameron just didn't say anything.
Yeah. So when I was a kid, probably 8, 9 years old, my parents took me to Epcot at Disney World. And for those of you that have never been, Epcot is very much an adult theme park, right? It's where the showcase, the World Showcase is. They have mock-ups of like 17 different countries, and they have the food and drinks, and all the servers in that country are from the country, the actual country. So
sounds like nerd paradise for
it's
you.
a nerd. Oh, they have an entire science and tech portion of the park. It's incredible. It's my favorite amusement park on planet Earth. So when I was 9 or 10, the parents took us to Epcot. And they do have some stuff for kids, but it is definitely a grown-up park. So my parents took me to Epcot, took my brother and I to Epcot. And while we were there, Dad booked us a dinner one night in Italy in the World Showcase at a very nice Italian restaurant they had there. And so when we ordered, my dad ordered for the table because I was a picky eater as a kid. When my dad ordered, he ordered for us, confirmed by the waiter, Italian onion rings, which I readily ate. They were delightful. It was calamari.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I would find out later.
Calamari's not bad.
No. When you're 8, squid tentacles.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound amazing.
It might as well be broccoli.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
So I was all out on fried squid, and then the waiter brought us Italian onion rings. And I found out 2 things. That number 1, my mom took me and my brother away from the table so that my dad could tell the waiter, I need you to confirm that they are called Italian onion rings, A, and B, I will tip you extra to put, there's parts in calamari where the actual little squids are in there, like just the little squid tentacles. I need you to take those off the plate. I need those to not be here. And the waiter went along with it. So we got back, and I went to town on these Italian onion rings. They were unbelievably delightful. And then after my brother and I had eaten the entire plate, he's like, by the way, that's calamari, you little twerps. That's fried squid. And that was the day at 8 or 9 years old. That was the day that I adopted the philosophy of try anything. You never know. Try anything because something may be the best food you've ever had.
One of the best things about being a parent is getting to do that kind of stuff.
Screw with your kids.
Yes.
Yeah. Best part about being an uncle is also that, but everybody else's kids. I get to.
And then you don't have to take them home
Correct.
afterwards. Yeah, I get it.
Correct. That is 100% correct. I get to do all the fun stuff, and then when the kid starts acting like a twerp, leave.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm babysitting this afternoon. Wow.
Crap. How did I turn my computer off after the show's over? Oh, gosh. Well, that's broken.
That wasn't a computer, was it?
No, that was my cell phone stand.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll just go ahead and say goodbye to everybody because by the time goodbye, everybody.
Thanks for being here.
We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Love you.
His video will work tomorrow for a while.